Good afternoon, everybody. It's been a little bit since the last stream. I've been super busy this past week. Hopefully everybody's had a good Tuesday so far. As good as a Tuesday can be. But we went ahead, or I went ahead and decided maybe I should get back into making some stream schedules, because if I don't, then I find that I do not usually stream. Except for like 2 weeks ago, when I actually did, but mostly because I had already released like 2 videos per week for the past 2 prior weeks before that. So I decided to give myself a slight break. But not this last week. I've been super busy recording. It's gonna be like a long video, and then also there's gonna be like a second resulting video, kind of. You'll see why it took so long. But I've been super busy this past week, and finally I have a little bit more time to stream, so fortunately we have a couple of streams lined up this week. So I'd like to give a good afternoon to Hika Familia and Goat Papa and the Stalin DLRP and Coffee Boss and Groth Garrick and The Watcher and Storm ZN. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you find hope you have a wonderful solution to the faceless ones. I have no solution to the faceless ones. I'm gonna need chat's help a lot in this playthrough, I think. At least for the beginning, because it seems very specific. I feel like I already messed it up, but at this point, like, I'm just gonna commit to it. Unless I, like, catastrophically ruin the entire run. And then maybe I'll restart, but, like, with a little more knowledge this time. We'll see. If you do tiger monks, you have to wear the cat ears. I don't know if I have cat ears. Who am I kidding? It's probably, like, a preset in, VTube Studio. Oh yeah, they definitely do exist. Yeah, they definitely do exist. That'll be a stream reward, actually, if this stream gets to see, how many likes could I reasonably ask for on this stream? If we get 100 likes on this stream, then I will put on the cat ears. There you go. And that's a promise. There you go. Alright, let me go ahead and actually swap over to the stream game. I've just been, like, moving stuff around to make sure that when I tab into EU4, it doesn't displace everything. Let me see. Is that gonna ruin everything? It ruins a decent bit of things. Okay. Let's not do that, actually. First, let's turn down the music. Turn that off. Because we're gonna have the in-game music. And then we're gonna move everything here, and then we're gonna move this into here. And we're gonna move that there, and then we're gonna tab into EU4. It's not perfect, but it'll kind of do for now. Just 100? Well, you know, right now there are like, what, 70-ish people in the stream, so I don't want to be too harsh with it. But it'll be up to you guys to remind the rest of chat as they arrive. I've already made the promise. So, let's try to figure out where we were last time. We had just finished a war against Azjakuma because they declared war against us, thinking we were weak. And they were right. The fact that we even won that war... Sorry, we didn't win that war, technically. I think I paid them, like, $3.80 to screw off or something. So, we did, you know, lose money in that war. And we did not... We did not get anything out of that. We kind of, we barely survived. So, I'm not really sure what to do at this point. I know that we have our mission tree to take care of, but this requires us to take stuff over here. I'm a little afraid of face stealer activity. Although we don't have that many face stealers right now. We have one large infestation, a small infestation here and here, but that's kind of it. Which isn't that bad, but it's not good either. And then, of course, we also have a rebellion that we have to deal with over here at some point. But yeah, we have a lot of debt. We have inflation. We do not have tech that's particularly good. We really don't have much right now. I remember I do actually have to improve this at least 3 times. Did I build the temple in here? I did build the temple, okay. So I should go ahead and do this. That'll give me the Eternal Cinder Monasteries. Increases goods produced in the Spirit Fire Monk Force limit. Sounds good. Oh, also 2 more things. Chat should remind me because I don't quite remember what they were, but last time people were telling me, oh, I need to build a magical project or something, and I apparently just never realized, like I never read that in chat. So if somebody remembers what that was last time, like it might have been a magical fortress project or something. So I need to have mages proficient in abjuration, and then apparently I should build this. Maybe. Unless it was something else. And then the second thing was getting the gold mine. That was it. Which I'm a little hesitant to do because, yeah, it'll give me half a ducat in income, but at the same time, it's also 74 points to develop that once. Which is kind of a lot. So it's a little tough. No message. That's odd. No TTS. TTS where? Okay, that's weird. Thank you very much, Goat Papa, for the 15 months in the Kingsguard. The elves will continue to persist as we continue to create new Anbennar campaigns. Sorry to say. I think it's a unique project. Okay, so we need to work on that then. So I'm just shuffling things over so I can get a better read. PTS broke for some reason. My apologies. Also, Spider Wretch playthrough when? Someone said that they're commented out for now? Okay. I need to dev it for later missions. It's a special building. Well, I did conjure units for the face stealers. I might conjure more units. Also, what is this? Okay, okay. I will probably summon... Can I use animals? Yeah, I used animals last time. I'll probably do that again because, boy, we have no manpower. It's actually kind of brutal. Monasteries give a big toggleable dev cost reduction for surrounding provinces. Okay. Right, so we actually do want to get these Eternal Cinder Monasteries. Let's see... If it's the 3rd one in this region, then the central complex in the region will be upgraded. What? The central complex? Okay. So I guess first things first is we need to develop this another 3 times to finish this off, and then we need to start building these, I think. 0.5 local goods produced is pretty good. I thought it would be a modifier, but it's like a flat 0.5. That's really solid, actually. Maybe I would build one in here. Need at least 5 dev and a fort building. And a temple. So I need to invest a lot in here. Oh, we need to unlock the placement of the monasteries for this region. Okay. We only have 3 per region as well. Oh, that's the entire region. That's pretty big. Okay. Right. So in theory, we would want one in our capital to begin with, right? That kind of makes sense. There's no fort here, though. I don't remember if I got rid of it or if we never had one here. Well, it doesn't really matter too much. Let's go ahead and drop a little bit of development. It's probably going to be admin and diplo, possibly. Yeah, admin and diplo makes sense in this case. I don't think there's any way to make this cheaper before clicking this button. Yeah, best we can do is negate the mountains penalty. Oh well. Alright, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Now we need... Oh, now we can just finish this off. Okay. Bazu Nazar is known to hold many treasures within on account of inscrutable artifacts from an empire long past that litter the surrounding terrain. These relics of power have long since turned inert, but their innate magical energy provides something that the Ashen Soul has been missing for centuries, a way to amplify the light of spirit fire and project it across the land. Designs are drawn up and a structure is planned, a giant brazier, placed on top of the fortress of Bazunizar. How actually do you pronounce that? Bazunizar. We were going to go with that. Bazunizar. And a portion of the undying flame laid inside. With enough mana and the right adjustments, it's possible that this invention could soothe the lands of Gozengun for miles. With the hope of their land's rejuvenation fueling their every move, the mages gather the builders and begin work. Okay, so... Are we tossing the relics into the spirit fire? Or I mean, presumably, maybe? Or are we channeling the fire through the artifacts? We're just burning them in the pit? I feel like we're just kind of burning them in the pit, to be honest. Or in the brazier. But anyway, we get access to the monasteries. We have this whole event. There's a whole lot of words. I guess I should read them. Atop the castle of Bazunizar, a massive brazier of steel and gold rises from the mountain peaks, intricately inlaid with gold and silver trim. This behemoth vessel was constructed by the Pyre Mages with help from craftsmen in Bazunizar, as well as the ancient artifacts discovered within cobwebbed halls. 10 of these mages now gather in a central courtyard, pink flames dancing between their fingertips as the air around the brazier begins to rapidly expel water vapor. By superheating the surrounding atmosphere, the Pyre Mages are better able to conduct the next step, and as one, they do, thrusting their hands forward in an intricate dance as fire shoots from their palms. Trails of flame arc into the massive brazier, filling it with octarine light before the embers catch alight with a dramatic surge of fire. A collective breath enters the lungs of the Pyre Mages, and remains held as the artifact inlays begin to glow. With the right mixture of artifact, spirit fire, and magical force, the Pyre Mages have theorized that they can create localized, near-perfect copies of the undying flame. This theory has not been tested until today, and so the mages watch on in anticipation, fearing their research soon to be squandered. All are silent as the kindling burns. Suddenly, a second rush occurs, more powerful than the first, and the brazier instantly turns a brilliant blue as the flame is made eternal. As the spirit fire takes hold and begins its never-ending blaze, all present for the event begin to cheer. For the first time in history, they have created a copy of the undying flame. The wastes are no match against the purifying heat of our ultimate triumph. On wings of fire, we soar to new heights. Absolute cinema. Okay, so we're not like splintering off the undying flame, like we're just making new ones. We just figured out how to make new ones. And we do get a couple of things. Let's see here. We get Level 1 monastery. That's cool. We get increased warrior monk force limits and local goods produced. Minus 50% local fort maintenance is pretty cool. We also get increased mana regeneration and reduced tech costs and idea costs for the rest of the game, which is going to continue stacking. And Ashen preparations, but I don't know what that actually does. Okay. Right, so the idea is we want to build these in as many of these places as possible, because they're going to reduce the fort maintenance. And presumably there are going to be some specific places that they want us to build them. Probably. Or maybe not. Maybe they actually don't care. As long as we build 3, I think. Yeah, we just need to have 3 of them. It doesn't matter where. Okay. So, maybe I shouldn't have gotten rid of the fort here. Hindsight is 2020. Yeah, that's not great. Well, we'll put one in here, of course. We just need to have a temple in here. And boy, it is expensive to do anything. We have no money. I don't even know who to go after next. We have a truce with you still. You're being torn apart. We have no manpower anyway. We could develop... If I develop the capital 5 times, then we get a boost to Renaissance. Ooh. Right. We want to dev the Renaissance right now. Maybe, but not particularly. I mean, I guess we should. We're super far away from everybody, so... They're straight up smoking precursor relics. The precursor blunts must go crazy. Of all the mission trees that came out with the new update, this is the most popular somehow. I didn't even know that. I just picked this one for the fact that it's not like something incredibly super popular that's probably going to be overdone. But as it turns out... Okay, so if we look over here to the west, there appear to be no face stealers, which means that we should invade them, I think. I think that's reasonable. And we do actually need to do that, so... Although I have no manpower, let's take a look at our mana. If we can get total 50 mana, then we should be fine. We can just summon animals again. A whole 8 regiments. It's pretty cracked. Well, they only have 2 people. These guys have more people. Okay. No manpower, tiger military, and glacier forts. Yeah, it's actually doomed. I have no idea how you're supposed to create an entire functioning society here. Like, it's just glaciers. It's just glaciers and mountains, and like nothing grows here. Okay, ooh. Is this like an actual event for us, or does it just so happen to be something to do with our religion? Few universal human experiences. Okay. Probably not to do with this tag. Where is this actually? A free temple. It would allow us to build another one of those forts in there. Or another one of, you know, the things. Yeah, the dev cost reduction is kind of negligible here. Well, it's not negligible, but it's a tough one. We do need to develop, actually. We need to develop the Renaissance to, I think, 50% in the capital, which is also going to be useful anyway. So, you know what? You know what? I probably will take the bottom option, actually, for the 5%. Because the school is, that's cool and all that, but yeah, no, we're not going to worry about that too much. We'll get around to that at some point. For now, what we're going to do is actually focus on developing the capital a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean a lot, actually. Like a crippling amount of development. I also don't even want to dev military that much. Like, that's another main problem. How much do we even generate? 434, 542. Okay, you're gonna die soon. Yeah, they basically have identical stats. I'm gonna try not to use too many military points here. So I'm gonna put like... Oh, dude, it's like no Renaissance. It's so bad. It's like... There's nothing good here. I mean, we make glass, that's cool. We're gonna spend a couple of points on military first. Just to crank out the military development. But since we need to get this to 50%, I mean... Yeah, we're gonna do one more each here. I should have actually... Oops, hold on. Maybe when I forget to press that button. I'm not taking out loans for this. It's not worth it. We'll do that, and then we still need to get up to 25%. So how many clicks is that? That is at most still another 7. We do also need a temple in here. Oh, shoot. Maybe I did this in the wrong order. Maybe I did this in the wrong order. Still kind of waking up a little bit today, it seems. Okay, I did everything in the wrong order. We're just gonna like speed run everything we just did, but in a better order. Where's my last actual Anbennar save? Yeah, we're gonna do everything that we just did, but faster and better. Because I just did something stupid. Did something real stupid. We'll need admin ideas if you're going to do the entire mission tree. Diplo is also good for the war score. What do we need admin ideas for? First of all, we will dev this. Yeah, we're going to dev this. Which points again? One of each, probably. We'll do that. We already did this. That's cool. And then for this, we want to upgrade. I'm actually deciding that we're going to wait until we have enough money to make a school. We're going to put that down here. It seems actually we get yearly tax income, like a flat amount of tax income and manpower increase when we build these. So it's actually pretty good now that I think about it. Like our schools just get flat yearly tax income. That actually is really good. Anyway. We will focus on invading this guy soon, of course. We're going to put you down over here. Actually, can I hire the feral animals again? No. Okay. Also going to turn this off for a split second. To try and make more money. Because yeah, we need to develop, but I shouldn't do it in a super inefficient way just because I feel like doing it now. Oh, come on, really? I really don't want to spend the money. I don't want to spend either. Shoot. I need the money for the temple so I can move on with my mission tree. Oh, that sucks. Okay, well, we're probably gonna do the admin. I don't want to do the admin, but in this case, I need the money so desperately. Oh, that's interesting. New to the stream, what kind of mod is Anbennar? Anbennar is a fantasy total conversion mod where the entire world is completely different, and the game is mostly the same, but still very different. We don't really convert things, do we? So having tolerance of the true faith is not very helpful. But also having a half-cost level 2 guy is not that helpful because we're broke. We already have one as well. Stability cost reduction. Okay, it depends on where I want to shift towards, actually. We're shifting towards this side, which is yearly corruption reduction and state maintenance. This is province war score cost, culture conversion, and missionary strength. It's probably going to reset on leader deaths, so we're going to push more towards the left side. You wait 1 year and 11 months after face stealers rise up forced by event, and then you take the decision ones will disappear too. Huh. Interesting. Okay, these are the 1% loans. We could take a much better 1% loans. Let's do that, actually. Let's repay these 1% loans. We'll take out not 1% loans to do that. And then we'll go over here to the merchants and we'll ask for the 1% again. And this time we're going to use that to actually build what I want to build here, which is important. Actually do want one in the capital. And then we'll just keep on paying loans as they show up. Because, yeah, we have at least one that's pretty small, and then, well, the rest of these will be interesting. I don't think I care that much. Right, as Jakuma, we do need the 50 spy network. In here, who is this against? It is against you. Okay, cool. Still need more mana to get the animals back, and we have no manpower. It's cooked. We will repay that, actually. This is a tough one. Selling titles right now is not great because we won't have that much actual crown power. Or, crown land. But at the same time, that money could be really, really helpful.
It's so cool that you play retro games like this.
Sorry, I just coughed a little. Retro games. Retro games. Don't make me come over there. It's only been 12 years since this game released. Only 12 years. If you think about it, actually. Has it been 12 years? Maybe it's been 13 years. If you think about it, okay, that would mean that in like 3 years, you would be calling Overwatch a retro game. When that game is still actively supported, it is like a live service game. That's like calling World of Warcraft a retro game. And like maybe classic is in a sense, but like they still update that game. World of Warcraft is a retro game though. Not like the current version. Oh yay, more separatists. Yippee. After everything I've done for you, after I developed your land 3 times, and put an unending flame in the capital. Oh yeah, wasn't I supposed to ally somebody? Nobody likes me, never mind. So much for that idea. You're being invaded by this guy. I would love to invade this guy, actually. You have, wait, hold on, you have 1,000 people? Oh, you're a vassal of this guy. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Defender against Olkasu. Oh, you guys declared war on these guys, and then they got vassalized by these guys, and now you're getting your butt kicked. That's what happened. Okay, we should try to be fast with this, actually. We will actually recover the manpower a little bit. We don't have the mana for the animals yet, but I actually will, maybe in like a few months, go ahead and sell some land, get some money. Then we can use that for a few things. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and do that. Really bad crown land right now, but that's okay. We're gonna do... what's your tech? Tech 4? We're tech 4. I don't really like the idea of going in and fighting ogres at all. And we do actually have these rebels to worry about first. So let's actually not declare war yet. We'll just deal with the rebels, and then... may actually, just in case, turn that on. Yeah, there we go. Please do not kill me. Please give me this one thing. Thank you. Okay, we are now proficient in abjuration, and I think somebody mentioned that we have our own unique project. We have the Spirit Fire Arts. So how does this work? The staple art of the Order of the Ashen Souls, Spirit Fire magic is the cornerstone of magical tradition in Cangji. Expanding the knowledge and control of this technique is a constant effort within our borders. So, it advances evocation. We unlock the Call the Flames province interaction, which provides defensive bonuses to provinces adjacent to Eternal Cinder monasteries, while also giving provinces with mountainous terrain decreased development cost. Okay. Further levels improve Eternal Cinder monasteries, war wizards, and Spirit Fire monks. Okay, so we might as well go ahead and focus on upgrading this, I think. It's probably the first thing that we want to do, because if I can get the dev cost reduction, then that makes the rest of this tree a lot less painful, I think. Tiger pips are, they're okay, I think. That's pretty decent. Like, Tac 1 giving us, what is that, a total 5 pips? It's pretty alright. 5 pips on that as well. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the prospect of having to fight these ogres, but at the same time... well, that's a capital fort. There's no reason that you have to be on this. How many people you got there? That's a lot of people. Okay. We kind of need to take this province so that we can take these provinces over here. So we're just going to have to lock in, I think. Not enough mana. That sucks. Well, we're going to have to lock in anyway. If we lose, yeah, it's cooked, I think, actually, if we lose. So. Yeah, we'll just go for the conquest, because it gives us the most war score for standing on this. Okay, even better, actually, if we don't have to fight them. Although they do have friends, which is not good. Might be relying a little bit too much on these guys being able to just sweep house here. This is all I need. It's literally it. I mean, money would be nice. But, yeah, you have 6,000 people. That's a total 10,000. We should probably wait until we get the animals. Also, war exhaustion is so bad. Yeah, well, we kind of have to wait here. We shouldn't be getting any attrition, but we are because there are zombies here, of course. Why not? Why not just have a bunch of zombies shuffling through the desert? Sure. I don't want to leave this province, though, because they're going to say... Or they're going to see this and be like, oh, wow, the province is wide open. Might as well walk in there. And then I actually do have to fight them after that. Okay, we finished that with Azjakuma. Nice. Let's see what we can get here. An academy in here. It's not the best use of our money. Developing this to 3. That's not a great use of points. Already developed that. That would have been nice earlier. Wow. There is not a lot in here. Although I think it would be relatively easy to finish this one off, actually. Because whenever we hire the animals, we'll just automatically increase the number of troops we have. I don't like how strong this guy is. Like, it's actually terrifying. Who even are these guys? Wastelanders. Lovely. Well, we don't really need this up, I guess, for now. No novice adventurers? No. They actually need to recover. We already hired them. It's cooked. We actually don't need this anymore. What I would like to do is pick up this by network, and then who's this? This guy over here? I guess maybe I should pick that one up too. And then can we be friends, please? You do not know who I am. Okay. I'm too afraid of poking around because they have too many troops. We'll just wait, it's fine. They might even have this war end. Ooh. Please don't attack me. Oh, okay, beautiful. Problem is now that they really won't accept annexation because... Also, their money's worthless now, that's great. Because that's the only location they have left. Only province they have left. Question is, are you going to move or are you just going to delete your army? Okay, yeah, that works too, I guess. Alright. Okay. So, can we just waltz in here then? Still don't really want to attack these guys. Even if we could win, right now, literally any victory, any battlefield victory, would be Pyrrhic. Because we just cannot afford the troop losses. Trade efficiency isn't going to do too much for me right now, I don't think. Well, it's not bad actually. You know what? Screw it, I'll take the money. Mercantilism's cringe right now anyway. Mercantilism? I don't even produce things. How am I supposed to have mercantilism when I have no economy? Yeah, how do I get you to screw off? They will not under any circumstances screw off. I don't want to fight you. How much mana do I have? Okay, I can summon the animals now. How long do we get these for? 5 years? Okay, we're gonna have to lock in for these 5 years. Feral animals, go. Stand in my territory for better morale. Because they have no morale right now. Better recovery. Ooh, we're taking the tax hit, I guess. Whoa. Ogre cannibals in the military. Do we really? Well, 5% infantry combat ability works for me. What do you guys want? Number of loans decreased. Yeah, like that's ever gonna happen. Anything for the capital? Yes, base manpower at least 5 in the capital. That is definitely doable. Okay, we'll do that. Using feral animals spawned in the zombie province to fight ogres. I love Anbennar. I just need to stack wipe you. Just stand still for a second, please. Thank you. Now, after this, the question kind of remains. What do I do with this guy? Like, I can take money, and I can take war reps, but do I also vassalize them, maybe? Should I vassalize them? No, because all these provinces need to be owned by me. However, I can't actually annex this guy right now. So what exactly is the move here? I think the move here is... we take their money, and we take war reps. And then we take this stuff down here, and then we come back later. The other problem, though, is that these guys up here have entirely bricked my mission. And I will have to fight them. And I really don't want to fight them. Obligatory switch to ogre military. Could we? No. No, I didn't think so. Sea monsters too, these guys? I believe so. Yeah, they are ogres. Okay, I do need to shift chat over slightly to read it better. Besides, we'll be stuck for 15 years. That's what I love to hear. Let's go! Have to move everything over again. Yeah, chat's only like 90% readable right now. But, just played Cangji. It was fine once I had enough monks. Yeah, it'll probably be fine once we have like decent units, but for now, this is incredibly painful. Okay, so we're not going to vassalize this guy. Oh, right, they're also monsters. They hate me, and we hate them. Vassalization's a really bad idea. Okay, so you're gonna give me money and war reps, and then we will come back. That's really the best we can do. And then you will give me that province. Now, I could pick up the admin tech right now. Oh shoot, I forgot to turn those off. I can pick up the admin tech now, or I can start to dev things. How long will this magical project take? It's actually not too bad. 77 months. What is that? That's like a good 7 years or something? Don't expand too fast before you've cleared all the face stealers. You are right. You are right, but also, we don't have that many. At least in these new territories, there don't seem to be any either, so... But we should probably go back and clear them. Because we only have the animals for so long. Let's see here. If we drive out the face stealers, every owned province with an infestation gets 7 regiments and decreases the infestation. There are just so many. Take 6 years, 5 months with no estate experience events. Chat, did we start with a fort on the capital? I do not remember. There's a good chance I got rid of it. You did not? Okay, good. Okay, because I'm wondering, like, do I want to maybe build a fort so I can get an Eternal Cinder Monastery in the capital? Is this something that I want in the capital? I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is. Because the thing is, like, sure, we get the local goods produced and the force limit, but what does it actually do for the province? Reduces the local fort maintenance. Okay. If this is the third in the Kashalg region, then it reduces the local fort maintenance. But like, we don't really care that much for putting it in the capital. I'd rather put it here, because we do really want this fort. It's very important, and with the magical project allowing us to place, we get like the extra benefits. Defensive bonuses, giving provinces with mountainous terrain decreased development cost. Giving provinces with mountainous terrain. Okay, but are those like adjacent? While also giving adjacent provinces with mountainous terrain decreased dev cost? That's gotta be it, right? So in other words, we cannot decrease the dev cost of this desert. It's always going to be expensive. But we could decrease the dev cost of this mountain, even if we don't put this in the capital, which is really good because we want it in the capital, and also it now creates like a graph of sorts. Graph in like the loose mathematical sense, where now like the adjacency matters, and we want to maximize the adjacency. So if we put one in here, we're actually double dipping the adjacency here because we already have this one here. So actually this is a really good spot for it, which means we should build a school here. It doesn't just affect mountain provinces. I think the desert also gets a benefit. Okay. First thing to do is going to be dealing with these guys. You're gonna rise up here. Unless I dev this first, but I'm not going to. It's gonna be 7,000 units. We're gonna go ahead and put the conscripts, or rather the mercenaries on there first. Then we also have the face stealers to deal with. Question, if I decide to drive out the face stealers, is that going to reset the progress of the actual rebel face stealers or not? Kind of assume that they wouldn't. But maybe they would, because if it gets rid of, like, if it reduces the infestation levels, then that decreases the number of provinces that can actually contribute to this. Actually, why are you so upset? Autonomy decreased. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Separatism, yeah, that's fair. War exhaustion, yeah, that's pretty fair. Everything sucks, yeah, that's fair. Right, we don't need that on anymore. Oh, that's brutal. 9.997 crown power. Okay, we might drop a little bit of development in the capital as a treat. Because unless I'm planning to wait... Well, maybe I'm planning to wait. We could build this, and then the magical project finishes, and then we toggle this on for the reduced dev cost in the capital, and then we dev the Renaissance. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. It just sucks to be sitting at 9.997. I might even throw one dev into the desert, just cuz. Even though I kind of don't want to. It doesn't really matter if we're losing innovativeness. Yeah, we have too much to spend points on. Let's not pay more than we have to for tech, even if it's 10%. Yeah, those guys are cooked. Keep in mind it spawns face stealers in all the provinces with the modifier, and there's 7k stacks. Yeah, I mean, the only difference at this point would be, am I fighting 7k or 14k? And while 14k isn't great, we only have these feral animals for a limited period of time. So I figured... Oh, no, wait, hold on. We have a third location. Yeah, no, we have a third small face stealer infestation. It's gonna be... these guys here, and these guys here. Man, and then there's the problem of Azjakuma breathing down my neck, as they have been for a while now. And Jianxiang, just, they don't even know who I am, actually. Can I fix that? Is there some way to tell you where I am? Maybe? I mean, an alliance would do it, but... I don't think there is. Yeah, alliances and royal marriages, yeah, for sure. But we can't do royal marriages, we can't do an alliance because they don't like us enough. Well, they don't even know who we are. They like us a lot, but they don't know who we are, which is fantastic. So we just have to basically square up with everyone in the region. What's the loan amount right now? 42. Actually brutal. Please rise up. Please rise up. Please. Please. Bro. I'm gonna move off to the side for a second. Ooh. On the Shaving of Fire. Spirit fire is a form of energy originating from the spiritual world. Okay. Materials that were once used to fuel the Undying Flame are particularly useful. Great. Okay, so basically we get to choose how to change our focus here. Calling the flames will either increase local defensiveness or decrease local construction cost. How much, though, is kind of the question. If it increases it by like 10% local defensiveness, I don't care. If it's by 50%, okay, I care a little bit. If it decreases construction cost by 5%, I don't really care. But if it's by like 20%, now you have my attention. We do have a lot of mountains. Our defensiveness isn't even that bad. I think I'll go with the construction cost. Ooh. Free money. Literally streamer luck. Bro, please rise up. It's a 1 in 5 chance. It can't be this bad. Bro. Thank you. More free money? Streamer luck confirmed? What am I even doing right now? We need this to finish, pretty much. We need that to finish, and then we do want to build one of these, actually. That's cool. Right, okay, let's see what else we have here. So I never actually took a look at this. This province and every adjacent province with arid climate or one of the following terrains gains minus 25% local dev cost, 25% local supply limit for 1 year. Arctic provinces gain an additional minus 25% dev cost. Isn't everything Arctic? No, everything's arid. This is Arctic. Okay. Oh, Ashen Preparations is only for like 10 years. I never even noticed. Okay. I mean, it's still pretty decent, but, Right, so, yeah, we're definitely gonna wait until we can use this button to develop the Renaissance in the capital. We're just gonna hold on to our points for now, I guess. Like, it seems like we can't do that much. Rivalry, sure. How long do I have these animals for again, actually? Two more years. So maybe the move is we're gonna fight the face stealers. We're gonna expel them again. It's also just so expensive to continue expelling them, but I mean, kind of have to, I guess. I mean, we literally do have to get rid of all of them in the capital. Literally all owned provinces need to either be permanent or have no face stealer infestations. So either the problem gets really, really bad or we solve it. Those are the two ways of fixing this. We do also need to cast Shock and Awe at some point. Need to own all of the Nuzanapu Harpy and Soulseeker Ogre provinces. Yeah, this is tough. Okay, we are going to fight the Face Stealers, actually. I've decided. Speaking of Face Stealers, hello. Okay, so the way we're gonna do this is when we press the button here. How many provinces is this? 1, 2, 3. Okay, we can get rid of the ones here, get rid of the ones here, get rid of the ones here. If they rise up here, we'll deal with them first. These ones can occupy, but there are forts. This one can occupy, but there are forts. So it's not that big of a deal. We'll go ahead and do that then. And then I'm pretty sure these guys are going to try to move onto a mountain. Mountain fort. There we go. Okay, so no more face stealers here. There are some here, and then these ones are going to be gone. I might do something slightly unwise. Maybe. It's a bit of a gamble. I would prefer if the face sealers that rise up here actually rise up here instead by increasing the amount of dev here, but I don't know if that's how they work. I don't know what kind of rebels those are. So they might spawn on the highest dev and they might not. Well, actually, if they do follow the rules that as I understand them, then they should actually spawn on this province. If they're equal dev, then for some reason it goes with the lower unrest province. And if that's still correct, then they should spawn here. And if it isn't, we learn something new. Oh, they're actually gone now. That kind of makes sense. Okay, well, in that case, we can actually turn down maintenance and turn down forts. Although, I might be going to war with this guy. There are no face stealers here, eh? Yeah, that's fine. So we might actually push further west again while we still have the animals. Because we only had them for like another year and a bit. Truce with Az Jakuma is done. That's really bad, actually. Anyone want to be friends yet? Please? Where's my thing? Here we go. Nope, nobody wants to be friends. Let's go! It's so cooked. And these guys hate me, and I'm still Tech 5 because I didn't want to spend the extra on Tech. 680. Maybe the Miltech is the one that I do have to pick up. I don't think I can wait this long. Turning the forts off might not even be worth it. How much does that fort cost? I think it depends. So this one's gonna be really cheap to maintain. But only that one for now. I think. Well, this could be useful. 50% cost, court mage, idea cost reduction, advisor cost reduction, and innovativeness. Although we're not going to have a lot of innovativeness for a while. I think I do actually like the army tradition and discipline. Removing the fort with Azjakumo is a mistake. As many people have said, I don't really know what you want me to do about it. It was indeed a mistake. Okay, now what? Don't like this guy very much. That's an actual fort. I don't like actual forts. Mistake made. Time to restart the game. True. Okay, they don't even have military access, so it's kind of fine for now. For now. How long do we have this for? They're a year and a bit, okay. No siege pips either? It's cooked? Oh no, we do have siege pips. I didn't even realize. Okay, we're gonna do this in this way then. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have you step off and then step back on the fort. With a guy. You're the leader, actually. I don't want you to be in charge when you die, so... And then we're just gonna loot everything. I know we need to have no devastation in here. Where is it? Yeah, all of these provinces need to have no devastation. Unfortunately, I don't care that much. Okay, well maybe I care a little bit, actually. Let me think about that. Do I care? There's no fort in this area, but the devastation is also going to be a minimum of this amount. So actually, no, I don't care that much. How's conjuration magic going? Oh, I completely forgot. Oh no, never mind. We actually are still studying. That's good. I think. Well, right now what we're doing actually is we're advancing our evocation by building this. Actually, if you can't reach me, we're doing significant penny pinching methods. Being stingy as hell right now. Also, this guy's 80 years old, and I think this resets when he dies, so I'm just gonna do this for 5,000 manpower. I think that's valid. Before I do, though, because there are 70 different things in Anbennar that you just can't predict, so I should ask chat, is it true that when this guy dies, we're gonna reset this value? Don't think it does. No idea? Shoot, it's cooked. Chat, you're supposed to know these things, because I don't know these things. I don't think so. Man. Pretty sure it works exactly like Islam. I mean, it does look like the exact same mechanic. It does reset? Okay. Burn it anyway for the manpower, you kinda need it. That is true. Next question though, what is this? What is Visvatma? If I break things, does it go down? And then if I build temples, it goes up, I guess? It's the state of the high temples in Hellas. Oh, so it's like none of our business. We can't do anything about this. Okay, never mind then. Alright, we are going to click this button for manpower. Do I want to... It's not cheesing, but it's tedious. Maybe I could. I could throw on the edict for every single province, and then see if that increases the manpower amount. I'll do it for like 1 year. Can also turn on professionalism manpower. Can we is the question. I don't think we can. Okay, I mean, obviously that increased the amount. Let's see. I think that went from 5,400 to 57. So it's not much, but I'll take it, I guess. And then I would like to build a second warrior monk. Buy a general, do it on the same tick? No, I need to save my mill points. Okay, it is plundering time. Everyone's favorite. Legitimacy actually doesn't matter like it does in EU5. I'm always so hesitant now. I look at -10 legitimacy and I'm like, oh, it's gonna cost a lot. And then I'm like, wait a second, wrong game. Doesn't matter that much. You know, the professionalism of soldiers actually came up once in my D&D campaign recently. Where the party that I'm DMing for was like, yeah, we're just gonna like hire the orcs to like be soldiers for us. And we're just gonna have them help us do a coup on this town. I had to tell them, like, you really think those orcs are gonna listen to your orders? You think they're just not gonna pillage and plunder these professional soldiers? Like, well, I do like gambling. 15 prestige for 50 points is really good, actually. What fort is this? I have so few forts that actually increasing the local defensiveness is meaningful. The half-cost level 2 advisor would be quite nice, though, because we also have low military skill. Or, you know, we're going to have low military skill. So I might actually take that. Plundering, you need below 0 devastation for a mission in the future. That's true. Or yeah, below 1. The thing is, though, this is the base amount of devastation. Because we had to siege this no matter what. So if everything else is at like 11% roughly, that's just the bare minimum. Also, yeah, we can reinforce a little bit, I guess. The money? Hell no. I'm broke. Soldiers can cause a little devastation as a treat. Just a little bit. I don't really want to spend that. It also only affects... Okay, so hold on. This is 25 years. Only affects the warrior monks, though. 25 years for morale of armies and land maintenance, but only for the warrior monks. But I also don't want the mana regeneration reduction. Man... I'll go with the half cost, because I want the mana regeneration, and this doesn't matter too much. Can you please give up? Bro. Your guy here is not going to help you. They are in fact being sieged. Actually, can I get you out of this? No. Okay. Oh, oops. There we go.
This region makes me feel so poor.
Thank you very much, Stolen Recluse, for the 9 months. The 9 months up. This region is extremely poor. It feels poor to play in. It probably feels poor to live in as well. Generally speaking, it kinda sucks. Okay, hold on. There has to be a way for me to get these guys out of the war, because this is actually going to be tedious. Now, we only have a few more months with the feral animals. We might actually have like 1 more month left. It might be cooked. Can I please move through here? Yes, wow, that's shocking, actually. Thank you. We love attrition. Is it time to dev? Good question. Where's the magical project? No, not yet. Not for another 28 months. It's so cursed, but there's nothing to siege here. We're about to hit our limit as well. Shoot. What's max? 1148. That's not very high. Shoot. We still need to wait like another 20 months. Another 26 months. Okay, I might put a little bit of development into the capital. Yeah, we're just gonna wait on that a little bit. We do have the mana to resummon them if we need to. Only the 10% cost increase could also take admin tech. I mean, that's true. Let me think about that. The cost to develop in the capital is going to be... minus 25%, right? So it's gonna be like another minus 5% on top of that. So it's gonna cost us a little over 2,000 points, maybe, to develop an institution, but it's actually only halfway to the institution. So it's gonna cost us maybe 1,000 points, roughly. Develop the Renaissance, as we get the other 50% here. Yeah, roughly 1,000 points, which means we will have quite a few left over. Maybe I could just go ahead and drop it into admin tech or something. What's even the first idea group that I want? That's another good question. With the amount of development that we have to do, you'd think we might actually have to go with, like, infrastructure ideas. Which is kind of cursed, but it seems like we're playing tall at the start. You have a lot of conquest in your future. Naval, true. Okay, if we have a lot of conquering in our future, then maybe admin ideas. Because it doesn't seem like we're doing a lot of conquering now, but in the future. Did go infrastructure though. Exploration, definitely. True. Real. Okay, screw it. I actually will take admin ideas. I'm thinking. Yes. Yeah, that's probably the best idea. It's a shame though, because if you know, the idea is either you commit to taking it early or you commit to taking it later for the low cost. Right now, by not committing to either, I got the worst of both options. Which is that I lost innovativeness, and I also took it for the same cost later anyway. So, I just feel stupid now. But the alternative is what exactly? I just like trickle a little bit of development into these locations, into these provinces. For an increased cost anyway. And how much? Like another 3-4 clicks? My goat is washed? That's true. That's actually true. I don't play enough EU4 these days. Actually, I'm kind of washed. Okay, admin does seem like a decent opener. But we will not be taking the first admin idea yet. I've actually been washed in EU4 ever since I did my first 3 mountains run. It's only been downhill since then. Oh shoot, right. My units are gone. That's fine. It's not like this was ever our siege to begin with. We love glaciers. I'm just gonna loot for a little bit. Hey, could you please take this fort? Ooh, cavalry. Yeah, we use a lot of that. We use tons of cavalry. Hello, please take this fort so that I can end this war. Your latest Mongol speedrun was pretty good. How much did you improve it by again? I think it was like 6 months. Didn't I basically do like the exact same thing, but it was 6 months faster? Please take this, please. Come on, man. I can't even get my, whatever you call it. My Wargle. I don't need cavalry right now. I need force limit. Or I need, front row. Better front row. Same thing with Diplo power. Let's go. Instead of taking this though, because I don't want to. This time I might actually put 1 dev. 1? Maybe 2 dev into the gold here. We love spending a lot on that. Maybe 2. We'll see. Probably will end up being 2. Hey, they took the fort. Now please leave. They don't want to leave. Okay. I'll just keep pillaging. It's the cool, fun shape inside the mountain. This one or this one? Both are probably a different flavor of fun to take. Okay, we do have some rebels. We're gonna go back home. We'll wait for this war to be done. Corruption, let's go! There we go, these guys will leave. They will pay me nothing, but I don't care that much. And then we can fully annex these guys. You won't exist anymore, and I don't care about that anymore. Okay, we'll take all of that. And we can also seize land. Get a little bit more. We can core stuff. Wow, the force limit is, or the supply limit is actually pathetic here. We love our 7 supply limit, 4 supply limit, 3 supply limit. Do I see 2? Okay, so I don't like you very much. I also don't like you very much. But you guys are all part of like one block, which is kind of annoying. We got the Triple Alliance over here. Hello, do you want to be friends? No, okay. Free stability? Well, if you twist my arm. How long until this is done? 10 months? Okay. That's what happens when you live on a mountain wasteland, kind of hard to maintain a large army. Okay, well... maybe we'll just die then. How about that? This is exactly how it feels to play Tibet in EU5. No development, no money, no people. Bro clearly hasn't played the technocracy of Tibet. Clearly. Does Tibet have warrior monks? I actually have no idea. They might. I did play them briefly before the game released, but they were not fun to play. It was actually a terrible experience. For one thing, like, the ability to click on any location in Tibet is almost impossible. Because the map is all raised. Like, the way that clicking locations in EU5 works is that there's actually a 2D map. And you're clicking on places on the 2D map. But the 3D representation of this 2D map makes the locations look like they're in a different place compared to where they are in relation to the actual map of the locations. So you'll click on a location in Tibet, and it'll just select something completely different. It's great. You know what's not great? Separatism. Okay, if you guys are gonna rebel anyway, then rebel harder. Shoot. How many months are left on this? 4? Okay, we will actually get that second development. And that's gonna get capped soon too. Which is not ideal, but we will unfortunately continue to develop the gold mine a little bit. Well, actually, it's not a huge deal. We'll do this, then we'll put like one button click in there. Yeah. Painfully slow 5 speed. Is this on purpose? Welcome to Anbennar. The mod that will make EU4 even slower than it already is. I don't even know what I want here. The state edicts are actually not even a bad idea for us. Only because the local tax modifier actually does stack with the additional tax that we get for the first 10 years of building a temple. This is kind of mid for us. This isn't that bad, actually. That's not bad. That's okay, but unlikely. Unlikely to actually matter. We don't care about this. Okay. We'll probably go with... Yeah, we'll go with decentralized bureaucracy, maybe. We'll make it a little bit easier for me to reliably seize land. But only a little bit. Have I handed out all the point privileges? Yes. I haven't handed out all the land rights, though. So, you know what? We're gonna take this for now, maybe. Maybe. Yeah. We're still in debt, but they're all 1% loans, which is not that bad. Okay. We'll just wait out the next few months. Have you decided on the first idea group? Yeah, so we did pick up admin. I have not actually gone through any of admin yet. But the idea is that we will. Here we go. Banners are hung throughout Sangyuan as hundreds of mages stream into the central courtyard of the Low Temple. These magical minds were brought from across the land, all having some knack for elemental manipulation and spiritual communion. They gather among the sconces of pink flames that line the courtyard, studying them and making note of their ethereal properties. Suddenly, a door is flung open and the mages go silent as the ashen soul enters the courtyard. The silver-gray Haramari look around the square and together begin to utter a low incantation before spirit fire bursts from their bodies, illuminating them with a wondrous glow. They turn to the brazier in the center of the courtyard and with combined powers feed their spirit fire to the bowl of embers. The fire jumps, sputters, and finally expands to create a shining dome of pink-blue light. Within the dome, the cracked ground of the plateau quickly begins to rejuvenate, as grasses and flowers sprout from beneath the cobblestone. The gathered mages cheer, and the ashen soul welcomes them inside to further discuss their newfound revelations. Okay, cool. We actually also get 20% evocation experience modifier, and we progress our, what are they called? The Eternal Cinder Monasteries to the next level. Or the Spirit Fire Arts advance to the next stage. Cool. So what this allows us to do is press this button. It does cost 75 military power, but this province and every adjacent province, that's pretty much all of them. Hopefully all adjacent owned provinces. I don't want to give this guy anything, but anyway. They all receive minus 25% local development cost and increased supply limit for 1 year, which is cool. So we need to make sure we're actually locked in on this. Do I want to take out loans to make this a level 2? That is the question. And the answer is maybe. That's in another 4 years. Actually, the answer is yes. Well, not taking loans necessarily, but we will sell titles. So we're going to press this button. Call the flames. So now this is cheaper. Cool. We do 1, 2, click this button. Makes it cheaper. And we just need to get to 50%. Well, we just need to dev it 5 times, actually. It doesn't really matter if we click this before or after we get to 50%. But for the most part, we're just going to keep on deving this. We're going to grab that. Trying to imagine, did I miss anything? Is there like a spell that I should have cast, maybe? I don't think so. But I haven't really checked all the spells. If I had to guess, it would be... maybe Conjuration? No. Enchantment? I don't think there's anything for dev cost. Thinking about what I want to spend here. I think it's fine to not spend any admin because we do want to use it for ideas. Put another Diplo. So that's 53%. And finishing this off will bring it to 100. Cool. So we get 2 base tax in Sangyuan. We get 25 years of production and tax efficiency. Renaissance, half-cost trader. Cool. Isolation from the rest of the Harem Raj has led Cangji and Sangyuan within to take up the mantle of the Lotus Seat, keeping the standard of Haremar aloft in the frozen north of Gozengan. In truth, the position of Sangyuan atop the mountains with few allies or resources has caused it to gain a different nickname from the locals. Snickered within temples and homes, the lonely seat of the Harem Raj. We may be cut off from our homelands and our resources few and far between, but with distant threats growing closer by the day, we can no longer settle for survival. We shall turn from the lonely seat to the resolute seat, strong in our convictions and unwilling to be content with simply living. Instead, we shall thrive. Beautiful. So the capital is 28 development. It's quite nice. We do get, hopefully, a lot more money out of that. And then, of course, obviously, we have the Renaissance. How expensive is that to embrace? 187. Yikes. Well, it is what it is. Transmutation has dev cost. And divination is all power cost. Let's see, divination. Not this one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. This one. Okay. And then transmutation. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one either. There you go. Minus 10%. For 10 years, that's actually not that bad. It does give you global monthly devastation, though. Okay, so am I going to wait until I have enough money or take out more loans? That's the question. I'd be willing to take maybe one loan. Actually, when's this loan cycle coming up? In 2 years? Okay, we might wait until the loan cycle is up. speaking of loan cycle. Hello, merchant guilds. I would like to give you... I would maybe like to give you merchant guilds bookkeeping. You do have a lot of power. That's okay. Number of loans less than 1. You're killing me here. 50 Diplo for a spy network in Zugi Yusan. 50 admin for owning this province, which I would like to own. I probably won't conquer any territory until I get to the third idea of admin, though. Probably. The spy network is kind of risky, though. Because there's a decent chance that we just never get to take that. Philosopher 1 is fine. We would get the opportunity to make another one of those things. Oh, man, I should have kept the fort here. Hindsight is always 20/20. Just reflecting on how good that would have been, but that's life. I got rid of it. Oh well. That's too bad, I guess. Okay, you know what? I will take this, because I plan to take it anyway. And we have, what, 15 years for this? 20 years? Check how quickly you can build a spy network. Not very quickly. I mean, they are our rivals, so it's like plus 50%, but... Actually, I already have a spy network here. I'm already building it pretty quickly. Okay, you know what? We can do that then. Ooh, you don't have as many allies. Something happened. Something happened which makes my life significantly easier. I actually could go to war with these guys and take this stuff now. Problem is just you. You are a massive pain. But if we can manage to pick up Miltech 6, it's actually already over. Like, we've already won at that point. Always cast invisibility for another minus 25%, or sorry, plus 25%. Problem is that I kind of want to keep my mana. I want to keep it for like 2 things. One, we need it for summon animals, and 2, we also need it for shock and awe. Oh, we also need more warrior monks. Right. Maybe I should deal with the face stealers first. Oh, of course, they're beginning to spread over here. They have a few permanent ones too. That's so cooked. Well, it's more so cooked for them, but it's going to be cooked for me. When's next loan cycle? Like 6 months, okay. Hold on, where are you? Yeah, okay. Then maybe we get a few more. Come on, man. Please, give me a moment. Give me a moment here. Heck, 6. Brother. Yeah, and you still never liked me enough to actually... we actually share a border in a sense. Come on, man. Okay. Alright. Okay. This is where we get to change our plans. Because we never get to do what we want to do, only what the AI wants us to do. I really should not have gotten rid of that fort. Probably should not have gotten rid of that. Alright, back into the torture nexus we go. Right as I'm about to get rebellions, too. Do I focus military? Maybe. Actually, yeah, I do. What do you want? Want me to become a tributary? It's actually not that bad. I mean, it's not good, but it's not that bad. Is being a tributary actually... does that cause any issues for me? We still got to declare war as a tributary. We have to pay them a token amount. Well, I can just refuse to pay them, right? So... that's not the end of the world. What else do you want? So we become a tributary, we pay you like 10 bucks. This is kind of lenient, right? Like, this isn't even that bad, I think. During the truce, I don't think we can refuse. Okay, so it's like 13 years of... I don't even have to pay them. I just have to give them whatever they ask for like 13 years. Oh, hello. Not the first time we heard that sound today. Hello everybody. Hello, Saffron Raiders. You caught us at a bad time. We are not having a good time right now. Hope everyone was having a good time. Hope Saff's having a better stream than I'm having right now. We are about to become a tributary to as Jakuma because we cannot fight them because they have Tech 6. And that's really unfortunate, but it caught me at a very tributary time in my life. Let me make sure this doesn't break anything. No, let me just Also had a bad time. You played Japan and the UK never attacked China, so you couldn't do anything ever. Oh yeah, you were playing Victoria 3, I saw that. Vic 3 Japan, nothing happened. That's actually completely valid. I'm doing a Japan game, which is kind of the exact same. Where basically nothing's happening, like China is still super strong, they are not shattering. Okay, I need to deal with rebels. I can't even afford to spend time on these guys right now. Here, I'll become a tributary, it's whatever. Ooh. I really want both of these, actually. I really want the money because I want to rebuild this fort. I feel so stupid for having gotten rid of it. I feel so dumb. Pass up 50 Diplo to try and fix my mistakes. That might be the move. $100 crowns is a lot of money. Yeah, okay, I got rid of the fort because we couldn't afford it at the start. Listen. Listen. It seemed like a good idea at the time. And they're not a command vassal. Yet. I mean, they will be, but... not yet, at least. Doesn't the peace still have them taking this province? Wait, does it? No, I could give them this province, but no. We become a tributary and we pay them like 10 bucks. And it's actually not that bad. And then we can get a fort here so that we can actually fight them for real in like 10 years. This sucks, but this is life. I made a mistake and I have to fix it. Alright. Here, you want me to become a tributary? I don't even have to give you money? Excellent. Actually, wait a second. Would you... The situation has changed slightly. Because we now have more troops, and we updated the army tech. We might actually just be able to pay them to screw off. Although I don't really want to. No, okay. If I don't become a tributary, then they actually want stuff. What if I concede defeat? No, you don't want that. Okay. You don't really want anything except for, like, maybe the one province that you will not be getting from me. Okay, fine. I'll be a tributary. At least I don't have to, like, actually pay them, I think. I just have to give you... What do you want? 13 ducats? I mean, that's not great, but it's whatever. Also, at the end, Saf tested a new game as China and instantly got attacked by the Brits. Classic. Classic player moment. I'll take the 50 admin on that, actually. More gambling for free points. Extreme streamer luck. Yeah, we're gonna go deal with the face stealers real quick. I actually forgot to mention when everybody came over to the stream from the raid. So, you might be confused what the hell you're looking at here. I mean, maybe you aren't. Maybe you play Anbennar. But if you aren't familiar with Anbennar, you're probably very confused right now. So, this is a mod for EU4. It's, in my opinion, the best mod for EU4. They've just done insane things with it. They have, like, entire extra menus that they made just for the mod. So, like, we have magic now. Like, better magic. It's kind of cool. Does a bunch of stuff. It's basically like D&D, but it's geopolitics, which makes it more interesting, in my opinion. So that's cool. I have heard some people call it, quote, high fantasy slop. But in my opinion, this is the best example of a high fantasy gem. Because yes, it is like generic fantasy, but they actually locked in to make it interesting. Yeah, and the guys that we're playing as today are basically... Fine, I'll pay you tribute. I can't refuse, actually. The guys we're playing as is... There used to be, like... the Raj, in quotes, but not like the British Raj, except it is sort of like India coded. I can't actually show you an example of that, but... Sort of like down here... Used to be a big empire. We're like a remnant of that empire in the north. And yeah, we're basically firebending tiger men. It's pretty cool. What's not cool is that I'm about to get a rebellion here. I was too locked in on the face stealers. Please do not rise up until I get there. Okay, here. We do have our loan cycle. Yeah, okay. So, unfortunately, I do have to take out loans for this. To repeat the loan cycle. But, trust me, that's worth it. Because we're going to take out one of these loans. And we're going to rebuild this fort to rectify the really stupid decision I made. And then actually, to get rid of these rebels, all we have to do is this. Yeah, we're gonna do this for 1 month. Need a lot of money for all the mandatory buildings in the mission tree. I kind of figured. It's gonna be a perpetual cycle of debt. Death and expansion. I do need to actually dev the gold mine, it seems. And then I need to improve 3 of these culture provinces to base production of at least 3. Total 3 times. I need to have 250 gold, and then what? Then we lose money to gain money. Oh, every improved Rukunai or Runsuki province, other than those, or just that one, I guess, will begin constructing a workshop at no cost. That's crazy. In case you missed it, please go into Yanshan ASAP. I mean, I would love to. That would be really nice, actually. That would be great. We're also extremely broke right now. That upgrades summon animals and shock and awe. Okay. We do need to take this stuff. I think the goal is going to be, okay, we're going to take this stuff here, right? And then we're going to get claims on this stuff over here. And then we should take this stuff. And then as it ticks down its devastation, which we need to do for this, then we can turn towards the east or the north or whatever. We actually did not start researching anything, so that's a good point. Thank you for that. But I did not actually get my evocation. That's weird. Okay, well, we're gonna study... Ooh. How do I do all this? We need to unlock the second level. Okay, sure. So we're going to have our mages study, what was it, abjuration? Is that what we wanted? For magical fortress? Also, what's this? Ooh, summon extra planers. Need evocation for shock and awe. You're right, actually. So let's go and get... evocation. Summon extra planners is summon animals too? Is it like summon elementals? I'm unfortunately employed, so I'll have to go. Employed in this economy? No way. Man, I don't want to spend the money or the admin. We're just so poor. We're gonna spend the money, though. You really do have to do so much early game dev, it's crazy. Anyway, we're gonna put down that unrest. We'll sit here to deal with the face stealers. Maybe I'll just force them to rise up. Maybe I can accept the culture. Nope, never mind. Ten regiments of face stealers. I mean, that's not that bad. But I do actually need to lock in. I need to lock in, and I need to get this guy too. You know what? Money, I've decided, actually isn't real. Yeah, money's not real, and also manpower is also not real. So I think we're gonna fight these guys, just so that I don't have to deal with them later. I suppose if I really wanted to, I could just drive them out. It means we have to fight them anyway. It just costs me extra mill power, which I'm trying not to do, so that I can get tech 6. But what tech are you? You're tech 5, you're tech 4. Nobody's really tech 6 except for Azjakuma. And we have a truce for the next 10 years anyway. So maybe we just drive out the face stealers here. It feels like I'm kind of wasting money this way, or wasting mill points, because I'm only doing it for 1. But it's not like we have the manpower to do it for multiple either, so... Oh, don't we also need to not have any face stealers? Oh, we need this entire area and to have no face stealers. Oh, shoot. That does make it harder. Huh. Okay, we'll just deal with them for now, and then we'll provoke the revolt, we'll deal with the face stealers, and then we'll actually do like a proper getting rid of them later. What do the face stealers do? I mean, it's kind of in the name. Take a guess. Basically, they just cause a bunch of problems. Like, they'll just be rebelling all the time. And they also spread. They shop for faces, exactly. The actual penalties aren't even that bad. Like, +3 local unrest to reduce state maintenance by 33% isn't even a bad trade. The issue is that they will simply continue to rise up and produce more face stealers. They will spread, and they will consolidate, and they will create more and more problems if you let them, so eventually it gets so bad that you get permanent infestations, which gives you +50% minimum local autonomy. And if you don't deal with them, then this happens, where now you have face stealers here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. Although, seemingly a lot of the time, they don't even give you huge unrest penalties. I'm just saying, they don't even seem that bad. Maybe there should be a tag that lets you coexist with the face stealers. EU5 face stealer playthrough when? Ooh, actually, I'm not gonna full core those. Jeez, I can't speak. Didn't I say, oh yeah, I'm not going to take that much territory until I get to level 3 admin ideas? Well... I might. Maybe. No, I am. I lied. Oof. Fortunately, we don't have that much government progress, so I actually would rather take just minus 25. We'll see if he takes this bait, actually. Okay, he does take that bait. It's not really much bait when, we're starting to lose a little bit. Should be fine, though. Maybe I should have cast some magic. Maybe. I could go and get the summon animals spell now. I think I'll wait to use that. Yeah, I'll wait until we're at war with these guys. They're Tech 3, but they do have a lot of people, so... I think we'll pick up Tech 6, and then we'll do summon animals to pick up these 2 provinces, or these 3. Like how I have claims on everything except for what I want to take. That's cool. Has the command survived the Sur revolts? That's a really good question. I can't really tell, but they haven't vassalized as Jakuma yet, so... Maybe, maybe not. Please don't be there. Okay, we're good. Ooh, it is pretty cheap to pick this up. Why is it this cheap? Haramari Administration's minus 10% idea cost? That's interesting. Okay, well that's cool, I guess. How expensive is this going to be to take? So we're gonna take this, we're gonna take that at least. Do I take all of it? Do I want to take all of it? That's the question. There are no face stealers here. Does seem to be a very interesting little valley here that actually has vegetation and farmland. Actually a lot of dev here, and it's also a precursor relic site. My goal is to take this stuff. Okay, but I do have to take this at some point. I just don't have claims on it right now. Claims aren't even real, though. I'll just take everything. Oh, hello. I do not like this series of events. It's a big gamble. But I think we can actually make it work. We're gonna let them go through. Oh, never mind, there's no gamble. I will annex you, though. Or not, that's cool. Ancient forests are, yeah, -1 for attackers, okay. We'll eventually need to eat the entire region, consolidate, and then move on to Yanshan in the Forbidden Plains. Yeah, that makes sense. You're gonna dev the institution? In here, you mean? That's a possibility. If we turn this into a state, then it'll have a high concentration of our total development. So it's probably doable. Although, I won't lie, I would prefer to develop around this capital region. Because we can make it cheaper, and we kind of have to anyway. Okay, so we need to develop those a little bit. These Rukunai provinces. Just a little bit. And then we also need to develop the gold mine. We need to have money. Every improved Rukunai or Runsuhi province other than this. So when they say improved, do they mean the provinces which fulfill the conditions here? Or do they mean any province which has been improved by at least one? Because that's a lot easier than developing each of them by 3. But I don't know. Oh, I thought we'd get there a lot faster. Oops. That's okay. It seems like we're doing fine. One war exhaustion to get more manpower? I mean, yeah, that's fine. I'll take that. Okay, we'll annex you. Oh. Interesting. Okay, we're receiving information about our rivals from a spirit. Huh? Okay. And the spirit's just like telling us everything about state secrets. That's funny. Presumably, yeah, they're also gonna do that about us. Interesting. Low-key, that's the kind of thing I would do if I were a spirit. I would just like mess with people. Give them a bunch of information, and then like give them a bunch of information about their rival, and then go and do the exact same thing to their rival. I mean, what else are you gonna do as a spirit? Yeah, just snitch on everybody. It's gotta be awfully boring as a spirit. So Corbett's an evil spirit? No, 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 no. Not an evil spirit. I'm a trolling spirit. It's different. Ooh, they surrendered. Nice. Yeah, I mean, we might as well take everything. I'm still too EU5 brained where I'm like, oh, I don't want to take all this stuff. It's so far from my capital. I can't even make use of it. It's a completely different culture. It's gonna take forever for us to integrate. That's how it's actually gonna feel when they make EU5 or Anbennar EU5. Ooh, great power. Really? Great power off of that? If you say so. To be fair, there is a lot of development here. I could even concentrate it, but that wouldn't buy us very much, so probably not worth it. Okay, now I won't take as much territory. Now I'll wait a little bit for adaptability. I believe EU4 and EU5 can be considered two completely different games. I mean, you could kind of say the same thing about EU3 and EU4. I think. This is coming from somebody who never played EU3 though, so do not take my word for it. But I'm pretty sure when EU4 released, it was very, very different from EU3. There we go, Tech 6. Beautiful. We should get our new units now, right? I don't get new units until Tech 9. Brother. Is that how it usually is? No, I swear there's like a Tech 1, Tech 5, and then Tech 9. For most tech groups, right? Tech 9. Not the Haramari. Average Haramari experience. Okay, there we go. We have built the fort again. Everything is right with the world. Look, I haven't paid as Jakuma anything at all for a while, actually. Oh, we're no longer... Wait, what? We're no longer actually a tributary. I never noticed. What happened? Oh, is it because... Wait. No, that doesn't make any sense. I should have realized when we became a great power, that means that I'm no longer a tributary, but like when and why? How did that happen? I'm confused. Okay, well, I'm gonna rival you. Like, they don't have a truce with anybody else, which means they weren't forced to give me up as a tributary. They might have just gotten rid of me because my liberty desire was 100%. That was probably it. Maybe you can't have more dev than your overlord? Maybe. I don't think so, though. Oh, do you want to be friends now? How do you still not know about me? We have had a border for the past, like, 5 years. We have been neighbors for 5 years, and you don't even know me? That's actually very realistic. I actually couldn't even tell you the last time I spoke to my neighbors. I need to insult somebody. Shoot. Never mind. Two groups of rebels. At least when these ones rise up, they'll be on the fort. Gotta spend 200 admin to move it to a bordering state so they can recognize us. I'll spend 200 admin. Please notice me. Please. Okay, I don't really want to sit here forever, so I might just... Okay, weird that you actually spawned here. This is 7 dev. That's 6 dev. That's kind of weird, but okay. Here, do you want mill access? No. What is wrong with you? Okay, I am going to dev this to 5 production. Yeah. I could have gone ahead and used this, but I don't think we would have saved more than 75 points on that, so... At least I don't think so. I don't plan to dev it more than that, so... Yeah, because the base cost is 50, and even if I reduced it by 25%, that would have reduced it down by not that much per click. Yeah, I don't think that would have been 75. Hope you guys have a good day, and Corbett gets streamer luck to save him from the command. It might be cooked. Might be cooked once we have to deal with the command. That's why we just need to defense max. We need to abjuration max. Need to no-CB Byzantium before the command can unlock its mission tree. If only. What even is the start to the command mission tree? I've never played them. I know I have to at some point. Let's go losing more money. We're so back. It's the Sur Rebellion? Oh, okay, so if they lose the Sur Rebellion, it's kind of cooked. I'm sure they don't get locked out of the mission tree, because that's not really Anbennar's style, but... I guess I'm paying up. Maybe I can exploit dev from the capital, actually. And then we'll pay. Eagle hobgoblins exist now? Yeah, aren't they these guys? Oh, I literally just took Eagle Hobgoblin land. What do you know? Might not even need to play the command, that is true. But like, shouldn't I play the command? Shouldn't I do a playthrough as the command? How's my autonomy looking? Hold on. It's not great. It's only going down because we have a lawgiver. Oh yeah, you're still alive somehow. I have no idea. 88 years old. I don't know how long Haramari are supposed to live, but... Wait, is this guy, is he a scripted character? I don't remember. I don't think he is. Yeah, we're gonna sell titles, actually. I'll have to dev something in exchange for that, but we only have to dev, like, twice, I think. But what I want to do is actually build a school here so that I can put down the Eternal Cinder Monastery. And then I do kind of have to dev things anyway, right? 3 owned provinces need to have this culture and need to be devved at least 3 times with a production dev of at least 3. And they need to not be Uldagzul. Trying to figure out if using this button is worth it. Maybe. Or maybe I should just use this one. And dev these surrounding areas up to 3. Every improved Rukunai or Runsuhi province other than Uldaguzul will begin constructing a workshop at no cost. Every improved province. Like, this could be really good, right? If I lock in enough. But it also means, low-key, I should not be going for this until much later. Now that I think about it. Because what I should do is actually take all of these cultural provinces and then dev each of them once. Some of them get devved 3 times, and then I click this and all of them get a workshop for free, right? As long as I develop it once. Which is like a pretty massive income spike. So maybe I should delay that. Are we allied to Jianxiang? No, they still don't even know who we are. They don't like that we're tolerating heathens, but they don't even know who we are still. Haramari have an average lifespan of 120. Okay, that makes sense then. Actually, ooh. Yeah, we have a complicated issue with these rebels. Have to turn both of those on. And then I need these to actually spawn faster, so we need to stop this. 13,000 troops. Shoot. Maybe it's time to summon the animals. If I do, though, we have like a 5-year ticking time bomb. Not really a time bomb, it just means we have to declare war and take this stuff within 5 years, probably. Not necessarily either, but we should. Yeah, we should. Okay, let's summon animals. Oh, they have to be developed 3 times as the mission requires for the free workshop. Each of them. Right, yeah, that is a little bit misleading. I do need a spy network in you. I already have one. Perfect. Feral animals. 16,000 of them. I think we should put the feral animals over here. That is way more than 16,000 of them. That's too many animals. Needs to be the right culture, developed 3 times, and at least 3 production. Yeah, so maybe it's not worth holding out on this then. Because that's a pretty big commitment. I mean, if I do decide to hold out on it, it is going to be pretty powerful. I don't know, it's a big maybe. It's just a little bit too many, or a few too many points. Maybe around areas where I have the ability to develop for cheaper. So like these locations here, around here, of course. These ones over here, like maybe it's worth it because I can make these cheaper, but everything else is kind of probably not worth it. Basically summoning all the animals in the surrounding area. True, I can't imagine there are that many. What kind of animals would we be summoning here? We have mountains and glaciers. Maybe like mountain lions. Polar bears? Not very polar though. Snow leopards, maybe. Eagles, that makes sense. So are we gonna have a revolt or what? Kinda busy. Well, it's fine for now. Right. Loans. Right. Yeah, I mean, we do have larger loans now. We can just repay both of those. Lots of mountain goats. 20,000 mountain goats. Alright, we can build this too. Sure. I'll take that. Now, what do I get for building 3 of those? I need more warrior monks, and I need to cast shock and awe. Right. So the warrior monks, we actually just need more force limit, I think. Because right now we have... Well, hold on, I think we actually upgraded this, didn't we? Yeah, level 2 monastery. Okay, that's cool. We still only have like 13, maybe 14%. Wait, no, we have 21%. Let me think about that. Is 3 21% of 18? Maybe it rounds down. Or maybe I'm dumb. That's a possibility. They're limited to only 3 in each region, so be careful. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted them to be in this main area, because this seems to be like it's going to be my main spot. Where most of my development is going to happen. Kind of gives me that vibe. So I figured I'd put one in each of these places in a non-overlapping way so that we can actually have some development, but also have cheaper forts in spots where they need to be there. They are cheaper, right? I think. Oh yeah, this is also a Levian monastery, so... Yeah, that is pretty cheap. It's barely below the ratio I need for 4. Of course. Okay, these guys are kind of annoying, so I'm going to send them up here. Or I'll just do this, actually. Yeah, I'm sure the animals have more than enough to replenish. We'll just do this. %15 chance, I will give it 1 month. Well, that's too bad. Okay, we would like to go to war with these guys in the north to take these 3 provinces. I don't really want to take more than that. Just so that I can focus on actually trying to get to level 3 here. So what I might do is I'll declare war on these guys, I'll take these 3 provinces, and then probably release their 2 subjects. I'll take money and war reps too, of course, but... They're not going to pull anything stupid, are they? No, we have Tech 6. We're fine. What's the goal of the secluded tigers? Make their own Raj? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Don't we have a mission that's like... Isn't there one later that's called the Northern Raj or something? I saw that when I was sort of checking out the mission tree. You know that website that exists? With all the mission trees? We're gonna put you... I don't even know where to put you. I'm gonna put you here. Ooh. Nice. Maybe I can actually... No, I'm not gonna core that. I'm gonna use that for this. What's your plan for ideas? Right now we're just gonna go with admin. At least to the third idea for the core creation cost, because apparently we're supposed to conquer a lot. We're also developing a lot, which is kind of annoying when you have to do both, but it is what it is. But yeah, we're going to pick up adaptability at least. Should have done this the other way, maybe? Yes. Yeah, probably. Okay. Tolerance is a must-have for that roleplay. I mean, we probably will pick up tolerance at some point. It seems like we already do a lot of that, though. Actually, no, that's tolerance of the true faith. I lied. We do get national unrest decrease. I think it's somewhere over here where we boost something. Interfaith dialogue, right. So that's like a main thing for us. Is it actually giving us the full effects of interfaith dialogue, though? No, it isn't. I don't think. Sorry, I'm thinking of something different. Don't we usually get interfaith dialogue for the burgers? Yeah, enforce interfaith dialogue. But I think we have a unique thing, don't we? Where each location actually, yeah, we get tolerance of heathens +4 on every location. So I don't think taking the burger's privilege would actually do anything. Was this inspired by Total War's Tiger War DLC? Or Tiger Warrior DLC? I don't think so. Actually kind of forgot that released. Free money. We love streamer luck. Streamer luck preventing me from having to take literally any loans out. +1 devastation for 5 years is fine. Another funny thing, actually, is that just before I went on my trip last month... Was that last month or was that a month ago? That was more... Yeah, that was a month ago, not just last month. A month and a bit ago. Man, it is late into May. Anyway, just before I left, they put, I think it was Warhammer 2 or Total War Warhammer 1 and 2 on sale. So I actually bought both of them so that I could unlock the new characters, or like a bunch of factions in Total Warhammer 3. And then I actually just didn't play it ever since. I just forgot that I did that. Might have to hop back into Total Warhammer 3 again. Autonomy where? Autonomy in the Glacier? Yeah, I'm not too upset about that. That's fine. CA used to hand out the Total War Warhammer games and all its DLCs for free to any content creator who asked for it. I don't know if they still do that. Maybe. It's not like I spent too much on getting the other two games. Half-cost Mage Tower, but where? Over here? That's actually not a bad idea. It is a precursor relic site. 50% of the cost is still kind of expensive, but... it would be pretty good, though. Mage Tower here would decrease the development costs quite a bit. That's what Mage Towers do, right? Yeah, I think it'll be minus 20% local dev cost. This will actually be a really good location, or province, to dev. We will do that, actually, even if it's going to cost me a bunch of money. Because in theory, we can get the cost of development here down by... well, what is it right now? It's already down 20%. We can get it down another 20%. And then another 10%. What's the big blue button available? So this allows us to reduce the development cost again at 25% for 1 year. Oh, am I dumb? Hold on a second. It's minus 20%. This will be another minus 20%. Then we can get another minus 25% on top of that. And then another minus 10%. So it'll actually be minus 75% dev cost. Yeah, I mean, this button just gives this province and all surrounding provinces that meet certain criteria, which they almost always meet, Minus 25% local dev cost and 25% supply limit for a year. And then on top of that, it also decreases hostile movement speed and increases attrition for enemies on top of it. And we get to use this button because this is... Where is it? This is a Cinder Monastery. Which also gives us force limit fraction for warrior monks and local goods produced. Which is pretty good. Oh yeah, did they actually release that one, like that upcoming Warhammer game, or Total War game? Both, actually. Ooh. Oh, there we go, now we have Evocation. Cool. I was thinking when the new Total War, the 40K game comes out, I might give that a shot. I might take that opportunity to ask, like, hey guys, do you mind actually giving me a key for that this time around? I think that would be cool. I think that would be neat. We have a date for DAO 4, but not for Total War 40K. Yeah, I actually don't know what DAO 4 is. Dawn of War 4. I've actually never heard of that before. Is that another Total War game, or is it like just another RTS? Battle Mage Academy is really nice. Extra planar summoning project is just okay. No mana maintenance for troops, I guess. Right, we should work on something. Each level of Battle Mage Academy gives us a free War Wizard and Advisor, increases the stats of all future War Wizards, reduces the cost to hire War Wizards through the Battle Mage Academy's privilege by minus 20 mil power, improves our War Score, Army Tradition, or Prestige from battles. And at level 3, we permanently unlock the Academy's privilege and grant Ruler War Wizards +1 shock. Okay. Extraplaners are a mercenary company that costs no force limit or army professionalism. Okay. So it's just a free mercenary company that gets better over time, as we upgrade it. 10 regiments, either infantry, cavalry, or artillery for our company. I mean, if they're cheap, then artillery would be really good for this, actually. They're nearly completely free. Nearly free 10 stack of artillery sounds really good right about now. It would go really well with shock and awe as well. That's crazy. Until you unlock artillery at Mill 7, they'll only be infantry? Okay, so maybe we research something else in the meantime. I don't know what to research though. What else do we need? So we need shock and awe, which we can pick up now. Do we need to cast anything else? I think someone at one point eventually said, like, yeah, you need more abjuration or something. Or something. We need conjuration and evocation. Okay. So maybe for now we stack better conjuration. What do we get from that? Elementals? Okay. Aid construction for minus 20% cost is actually not too bad. That is not too bad. Vacation gives us Meteor, Swarm, and Tearfall. Mission tree upgrades the animals and elementals. Okay. For now, let's go ahead and study conjuration. Don't know how long that's going to take. Conjuration and then magical project, maybe. Am I forced to choose, like, right as I finish this magical project? Well, hold on a second. No, this is dumb. I'm dumb, rather. This is fine. I'll just do summon extra planers. Yo, hold on. Change the astral gloam encroaches by 1. Huh? Greater amounts of the astral gloam encroaches will incur harsher penalties upon completing the project. Huh? What have I done? What did I do? It sounds pretty bad. Get some rebels in the capital, like 6,000 per astral whatever. Oh, so it's like, it's not that bad. You can mitigate it based on your other magic schools. So because I didn't do that, how cooked are we? You got like a 50 stack. Oh no. The first time. Oh no. That is not a good place to stand, actually. Can't even steal maps. I think we should fight. I think we should fight these guys, but they don't want to fight me. It's kind of annoying, actually. You didn't spec into other schools as much as I have? I didn't even spec that much. Reduces the gloam significantly? Okay, so like, having one gloam is fine, I guess. Come on, fight me. 20,000 feral animals wish to fight. Do you accept? Please accept. Please. Please fight me. Please. The feral animals, they hunger for blood. Please. Oh, shoot. Wait, why are you guys upset? Where did you even come from? Wait, what? Wait, what? Where did these rebels come from? Oh, they're the magic rebels, are they? Okay, that's not a big deal. Blessed by who? Okay. So the governor was disappeared by a spirit. And our choice is, do we just take his money? Should we just steal his money? I mean, it's a desert province. What are they going to use one base tax for? Yoink. So many events. The final ingredient, harpy feathers. What? Oh. Gain 5 unrest in every owned province. I don't know about that one. Look at fear and loathing in illusion. Random war enemies get a peasant revolt in the capital. That's kind of funny. You guys could get extra tax. We can't really convert much. A barracks in the capital wouldn't be a bad idea. Marketplace in the capital is also a decent idea. But a marketplace wouldn't really do that much for us, because there's like no money here, right? Yeah, let me spend 100 on a new marketplace so that I can get 0.035 additional nuggets per month. It sounds like a really good trade-off. Well, it does also give me land, so it's not that bad of an idea. We'll take the barracks. We can use the manpower so much more. Love also having no money. Actually, doesn't this decrease construction cost or something? Didn't we have that dichotomy earlier where it's like, oh, when you call the flames, you get to choose between... What was it? Decreased... Is either fort defense increase or decreased construction cost. But it doesn't tell us that we get reduced construction costs, so I really don't know. I don't know if we can even check. Yeah, I don't think we can. I'm pretty sure I picked that option, I just don't remember what it does. Well, it's probably not worth spending 75 mil points to decrease construction costs right there anyway. Anyway, mages need to chill out, thank you. And then presumably this doesn't create more rebels. No, okay. The crash course on recent tiger history? Not much. The Raj kind of fell apart, and we're still chilling here. We are the Haramari equivalent of, like, that one Japanese guy who was still fighting World War II 20 years after the fact. I'm gonna do this again for the manpower. I'm not gonna put on edicts because I can't be bothered. That's rough, buddy. It is, but we're making it work. It's like the equivalent, except we're actually fighting in Tibet. And there's no food, and there's no supplies, and everything kind of sucks. You have any favorite nations in Anbennar? That's a good question. I don't know if I would say that I do actually have a favorite. I'm trying to think about it, but... like, I like all of them for different reasons. I also... well, I like all of them for different reasons, but then I also find some way to complain about all of them for different reasons. So... we know your favorite nation is Wex. Don't you ever disrespect me again. How could you say this? With how much time you spent with them, I bet it's Castanor. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say Castanor is my favorite country in Anbennar. I did have a lot of fun with the kobolds, actually. Kobold Zan is really interesting. It might even... yeah, you know what? It might be Kobold Zan. I like the kobolds. It is kind of a long campaign, but... well, actually, I don't dislike the long campaigns. It just means that if I want to make a full campaign for a video, I am locked in. Also, these guys aren't fighting me. Why won't you fight me? I know I have Tech 6 and you have Tech 3, but I think you should fight me anyway. I'm not spending too much on these forts, am I? It is still 2.09. Maybe I drop a little bit. So that I'm not just losing money. Also, I need to fix this. We'll keep that one up. Okay, so from these guys, we will be taking max money and war reps and just a few provinces, just what we need for a mission. Because, once again, I do want to wait until we get adaptability before I take a lot of stuff. And also, only taking a little bit allows me to sort of piecemeal chip away at the face stealers. There are so many face stealers here. But I think it's fine for us to take like 2 more face stealer locations, then clear them out, and then in the next war take like 2 more and then clear them out. Well, maybe not 2 more in the next war, but... how many can I deal with right now? We don't have any fort here, we don't have any fort here, so we need to put 1 guy here, 1 guy here, minimum. And then if I take this, this also doesn't have a fort. This very quickly becomes very complicated. Maybe I should take 3 provinces here. to make it easier to go from here to here, and then we can also deal with these face stealers. It really is just like a massive logistical issue. Because we can't really afford to let any of them rise up. We can't afford to let them occupy any provinces. Which means we have to lock in and deal with 1, 2, 3, 4 infestations simultaneously. Which we kind of can't do. Yeah. And the permanent one we can't even root out. I'm assuming vassals just fold if you were to release a vassal in one of those provinces. Problem is, we don't really have anybody to release here. And also, well, they wouldn't immediately fold, but it wouldn't be that useful. Maybe I just take this, connect up the territory here, and then cross our fingers and hope that we don't create more problems. Even though I probably will. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think what we need to do is basically just make sure we have somebody here and here on the large infestations so that they don't become permanent, and then actually that does not solve the problem. Well, that's too bad actually. We're taking them anyway. It is a problem I will deal with later. Can I get you to release a subject? I could, but I don't want to pay for that, so... I don't care that much. Okay, seeking the past. With the eastern pass now open to us, the ancient lands of Nom-Sulhan. No, Nom-Siulhan lay ripe for exploration and discovery. Marked by countless relics from civilizations who no longer walk the earth and strange cultures with alien beliefs, such a fascinating land cannot simply stand empty of curious minds who seek to expand the knowledge of all. We shall make our way down the alley and establish the beginning of our research outposts, once the ogres who stubbornly bar the way have been dealt with. What do they mean by that? Well, we get permanent claims, that's cool. Really liked Phaeton. Was sad they didn't get their Insia missions with the update. I feel like, aren't we still missing a lot of Sarhal missions for other countries that just didn't get them? Like, I'm pretty sure the small countries still doesn't have their branch for Sarhal. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe they do have it now. I could pick this up for innovativeness. I mean, it is Tech 7, it's pretty important. I don't know, maybe I will. Yeah, screw it, I'll pick it up. Summon extra planners, the meeting of the minds. Oh no. We are not proficient in enchantments. The astral gloam encroaches by 2. Uh-oh. I mean, I have enough mana. Do I keep them around? Yeah, I think I do. Well... what else can I do with my magic right now? I haven't really been paying attention. Spy network. Combat ward is actually really good. That's okay. Shock damage increase is pretty solid. We do need to click that for a mission. We need more warrior monks first. Well, actually, not first. We just need them in general. False life is reinforced speed. That's actually pretty good. That's actually really good. Although it is only for 6 months, but 100% reinforced speed is huge. Movement speed. What does this do? 25 mana for 20 points. That's not too bad, actually. You know what? I actually do like this new magic system a lot. I actually have to think about it a little bit. So we do want to clear out all of these, the face stealers. Question is, do I want to build a fort in here first? Maybe I'll build one here. I mean, it's kind of expensive, though. Build one here so the face stealers here and here don't cause any problems, so that I can deal with this one and this one simultaneously. Otherwise, like, if I deal with 2 of them, but then 2 more of them rise up, am I really accomplishing anything? I guess each one decreases their level by 1. So this will go down. This... it might actually go up before it goes down. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna keep the animals around. Yeah. And... I am... oh, hold on, I pressed the button to keep them around longer. What happened? Oh, they just come back later, okay. Yeah, here's what we're gonna do. We are going to pick up Another warrior monk. And 3 of these guys. And then we're going to put the animals back over here. And I could wait, but no, we'll just put them back. Animals go over there. I don't know how strong the Faith Stealers are. Whose tech do they borrow? Do they also get tech 6 when I'm tech 6? Or like do they belong to a unique Faith Stealer tag that has its own tech? Like the Holo Hana have their own tech. I think they're tech 32. Alright, you guys. We'll deal with that in a minute. Probably don't have to do that, but anyway. We have almost infinite morale anyway? Yeah, I know. Ten regiments? Okay, hold on, that's a different game. That's a different game completely. 10 regiments pop up. Really? That kind of changes the game here. Okay. New plan. These units are going to go here. You're going to deal with this. You're going to get this guy. Actually, you're going to get this guy. You're gonna have this one. Check out the monument in Jianxiang. Temple of the Undying Flame. Hold on a second. I thought I was the Temple of the Undying Flame. Wait a minute. Permanent Face Stealer infestations are removed from... From here? Okay, interesting. Speaking of which, hey, do you want to be allies now? Thank you. Actually, do I want to be allied? I am much stronger than they are now. I'm the branch office. If I'm the branch office of anything, then I'm definitely the branch office of the Raj. I think we just kind of stole the flame. Actually, we didn't steal the flame. I guess we might have borrowed it. Okay, I guess I have to get a new general. We do have 92 army tradition. It's not the end of the world. That's pretty good. I'll take it. So I'm gonna save before I do something really stupid. Let me just double check where the face stealers are. One here, one here, one here. Then one over here. So we press that button. 10 face stealers. We might actually be cooked. I don't know, we'll find out. Okay, so it's not 10,000. I was just lied to. It's really important, actually, when we're talking about very specific numbers. Anyway, the idea is that we manage to deal with these units before these guys siege this. Which is a really big maybe. You guys actually won first. Okay. It is a really big maybe. Let's go. Okay, and then you need to reinforce this. That went perfectly. So, what other face stealers do we have left? 2 minor infestations? That's not too bad. Are you winning, Corbett? I think we actually kind of are winning right now. We are, in theory, kind of the number 8 great power. We don't really have that many rebellions. We have a lot of troops, not a great amount of manpower, and we have loans, but they're not that bad. Just don't look at the inflation, please. Thank you. Remember to get the orb for scrying? How do I get the orb? Right, well, I'd need to become proficient in divination. Right now, we're actually going to get cooked by doing summon extra planers. Oh, we can recycle these. Don't worry about that. Don't look at the inflation. You've become such a politician, Corbett. I give the people what they want. They want big army. Big money in the treasury. Even if that's borrowed money. The economy is booming. Just don't worry about inflation or anything else. GDP, listen, GDP has gone up 3%. Even if inflation went up 10%, the GDP went up 4%, guys. That's also a really good heir. Let's go. What happened to the old heir? I think he died. He was in charge of an army and he might be dead now, actually. Inflation is temporary, GDP is forever. True. Actually, very much not true. I got a work meeting, don't win any wars for the next 20 minutes. I might actually be ending the stream in the next 20 minutes. Maybe, it's like 5 o'clock. But I'm going to use the washroom before I decide that. So I will be right back. We are back. The trade note is over 50,000. Everything's going great, guys. Okay, I need more force limit. So I need more monks. Oh, you know what's really funny? I was actually supposed to spend some mana on both Combat Ward and on Shock and Awe as we were fighting those guys. And I just completely forgot to do that. I didn't even think about that. now we don't even have like a really good reason to cast Shock and Awe. Oh well. Okay, so what's the game plan next? I think I need to... Yeah, I need to pick up adaptability, and then I think we're gonna go to war with the guys in the southwest. Welcome back, Nianimal. I wanted to give the face stealers a fighting chance. Everyone deserves a second chance. Even horrific abominations that exist only to terrorize the population. Are these the furry monks? Yes, they are the furry monks. Are the Haramari really furries, though? Let's discuss. How do you... What is the platonic idea? What is considered the purest form? I guess they have to be close, though, don't they? Because they're not even, like, humanoid. They are 0% humanoid. They are actually just tigers. They're the dichotomy. They're literally the definition of furries, and also they're not furries because they are the actual animal people, making you the furry for playing them. I don't know though. I think you can very much consider the Haramari themselves to be the thing that makes the whole situation more furry. What do you mean not humanoid? They definitely are. Look at the official art. Okay, what I mean by humanoid is that they're not like people with cat ears. Like, they're actually just tigers that walk on two legs now. That's what I meant, sorry. Like, humanoid, I guess, in shape, but like, not related whatsoever. That's kind of what I meant. Wait, do I have human military? No, okay. Okay, so like, yeah, they're... I would say, yeah, they're pretty furry. The furries don't wear cat ears, they wear whole fursuits. No, but like... But that's my exact point, though. That's my entire point. Like, that's what makes them furry. Furries are humans who present themselves as personified animals? Okay, but like... What do they call... Okay, maybe the Haramari are actually fursonas. Like, what's the terminology I'm trying to dig at here? Are they the fursonas? You're playing a Face Stealer's skin Sona. That is an entirely unique sentence. Congratulations. Haramari aren't furries in the sense that they are humans who want to be an animal. They are instead animals given human thought and sense. So they're a reverse furry, an animal who is a human. But if you think about it, like when you consider the way that furries have like a fursona, right? Like okay. We're going layers deeper into this. You know how VTubers have VTuber models? And when you think of VTubers, you think mostly of the models themselves, rather than, oh, it's the person using the model. It's both, but the actual visual representation, you may acceptably refer to that as the VTuber. The model you may call the VTuber, and that's fine. In a similar sense, when it comes to furries, they do have like a notion of what it looks like, and therefore like grants form to a concept. Do you call that self, or do you call that concept, the visual representation, is that a furry? Like if you separate, like, because everyone knows what I'm talking about when it comes to, like, you have the artwork, which is itself a thing. If that is detached from a person, like, nobody claims that as like their persona or whatever. It's just like a thing that exists. Can you reasonably refer to it as a furry? Like, just the drawing itself. What do you refer to that as? Ship of Theseus, but for furries. We are dealing in semantics. Yes, we are actually. But it's very important, because this has to do with the question of whether the Haramari are furries or not. Because if you can refer to the concept of the manifestation, the drawing, the concept of that form, if you can call that a furry, then a Haramari is pretty much the same thing, right? Or yeah, like what if we have a new term? They're just called like anthropomorphics. Like they themselves do not fall into the same category. We're simply referring to the concept of a bipedal creature in a vaguely humanoid form with anthropomorphic personality traits and intelligence or something. But do they have to be anthropomorphic? Now we're getting into a different layer here. Now we're getting into a different layer, because I knew somebody back in high school, still kind of know, loosely, who is an artist that produces furry art. But none of them are anthropomorphic. But I think you would still argue that they are undeniably. There's like this still furry art, right? So they don't actually need to be anthropomorphic. So what is the true platonic form in that case? These are the hard-hitting questions that need to be debated by the high philosophers in Cangji. Wasn't there a Christian schism over this concept or something? Is the PNG the aspect of the furry, or does it require the attachment to the person? Purple Twig says VTubers are spiritually furry, but I would have to disagree. Because I think there is something uniquely different about the levels of spiritual desire to embody the traits of a particular thing. I think that you don't find the same motivation or desire to truly become the representation of or the illustrated representation that you are using. I think while both are an expression of the self, the difference is in the yearning to take on the qualities of the form. What about animal-themed VTubers? Is a cat girl a furry? That's a really good question. I think like maybe 10% more. I don't know what the baseline for that is, so 10% is a meaningless figure, but somehow I still feel like it applies in this case. So you don't want to be a hunky monarch? Actually, not really. The whole thing here is mostly a theme upon the kinds of things that I like to cover and play as games. It really could have been anything, but I was like, I already play a bunch of Paradox games. And then I went ahead and asked a friend, well, actually more so commissioned a friend from high school to make a profile picture for me. And sort of explained like, yeah, I play a lot of historical games, so like, you can like give the profile picture some armor, that would be cool. And then it kind of just evolved from there. Oh, what have I done? The astral gloam keeps encroaching and I don't like it. Hmm. We really don't have that many points. Not that many points being generated. I think I'll also just pick up an advisor. This guy's 43 years old, but he is half cost. You know what? The economy actually isn't real. I'm just gonna take this guy out. Catgirls are not furries, but furries can be catgirls. I guess. That seems reasonable. Orbit next subathon, you should have a gold commissioner furry model. The next subathon, I don't even know what I'm gonna do with the subathon stuff. It has been a very long time at this point, and I have done like I think like half of the subathon goals, and then I didn't realize just how difficult the other ones would be. Like, I actually do still need to set up merch, unironically. But the one company I wanted to go with was like, actually, because of all the tariffs that were happening at the exact time that I wanted to set that up, they were like, actually, we're just like not able to do that. I think they ended up dropping a bunch of people too. It was a big thing. So I actually don't know what I'm gonna do for that at that point, but anyway, we'll co-belligerent this guy too. Corbett branded tariffs. 100% tariff on all Paradox strategy games. More gambling, let's go. Do you consider someone with a fursona a furry? I would say, generally speaking, that is the bare minimum definition of a furry, maybe. What if they don't treat it as a component of their own ego? Then it gets complicated. Can a person who has a bunch of TTRPG characters that include anthro characters be a furry? It really depends, because that has to do with like the internal state of being, like the internal reflection on what all that means to them. I feel like someone has to internally believe in their own like the characteristics of their personality that make them a furry. I think that they themselves need to believe that. I don't think it's something you could prescribe to somebody. Or I guess, what's the term for that? Ascribe to them? No, I don't think that's the right word either. But I don't think you can just like decide for somebody that they are. But then comes the more complicated bit. Could there exist a person who is in denial about their own state of being? Yeah, exactly. What about closeted furries? Now we're getting into a deeper part of the psyche. I noticed over the past 5 minutes we have lost at least 10 viewers. I can't imagine why. It's crazy how that works. Oh, you're also invading them? That's pretty cringe. Oh, you have no idea how cringe that is. You gotta be kidding me. So it's prescriptive rather than descriptive? Maybe. I have to think about that a little bit. So, like, kind of, but I feel like there are definitely people out there who you could sit down and be like, bro, I think you're a furry. And then they'd be like, nah, there's no way. But then you gesture towards all the furry pinups they have on their walls or something, and then you just gotta, like, you know, you gotta be like, bro, look at yourself. Look at yourself clearly for a second. And so even if they themselves are like, no, 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 that's not true. It's one of those like, well, it does quack like a dog. You know, it is one of, I think you could reasonably end up in one of those scenarios. Your favorite Pokemon is Florigato. I know what you are. Exactly. Also forgot to annex this guy. Oops. Notably, furries do not have to have a persona to be furries. Let me think on that a little bit. This is quickly becoming, is water wet? We can have that debate too. I love debating completely useless things. That's like half of philosophy. This is what I took that Philosophy 1001 course for. I think I actually took 2 philosophy courses. I took like Philosophy 1001. Technically I took a couple, actually. I don't remember all the philosophy courses I took. I think I took like the it was like Introduction to Religious Philosophy or something. Maybe, and then I took like another Introduction to Classical Philosophy. And then I took like the philosophy of human rights. I think those are the 3 that I took. Ooh, I could use any of these actually. Oh, never mind, we're good. Okay, I'll take the manpower guy. Your uni uses 1001 instead of 101? Yeah. Because sometimes there are like weird course codes that are like 5436 or something. Like it's weird. I don't know why. Who starts a conversation like that? I just got here. Sorry, this conversation I think was actually started before you got here. I'm sorry to say. I think the ultimate fundamental question is it possible to have a human as somebody's fursona? Discuss. Yes, that was quick. No. We have competing ideas. Or how about this? What are the degrees of separation to which you could consider a hominid to be a valid furry? Could somebody have a Neanderthal as their fursona? Neanderthal, no, but that's the thing, okay? But Neanderthals are hominids. They're kind of gone now, but but they were hominids. But they're not humans, though, right? Like Neanderthals, notably, are not humans in the sense of like the modern humans, but they are hominids. They're like not really humans. So we're gorillas and orangutans, but they're like, well, no, I don't think gorillas and orangutans are hominids, but they are great apes. I think there's a distinction here. Oh, I just tabbed out to look this up like an idiot. I need to know. It's important. Because hominids are like within great apes, right? Or are they the same? No, this can't be. Wait. Neanderthals are human? No. No, that doesn't seem right. All species in the Homo genus are humans? That can't be right. No. Because the hold on, I have to look this up now. I have to specifically check my taxonomy. Okay, so we have the one remaining, the single extant species, Homo sapiens. That's us. That's crazy. And then there are they classify them as archaic humans. Homo neanderthalensis and Homo erectus. Damn, they actually are different kinds of humans. I thought we were like the only ones that you call humans. I didn't realize that you would call like Homo erectus humans. I thought they were like two different. If you take the definition of species where if you reproduce, you're the same species, then yes, Neanderthals and humans are the same species. Like, I guess that kind of makes sense in the way that, like, modern humans, like Homo sapiens, I think especially, like, particularly in Europe, I think that's where most of the Neanderthals went. Like, particularly in Europe, did actually have a lot of, like, crossbreeding. And so, like, a lot of modern humans in Europe do contain some portion of genes from Homo neanderthalensis. So I guess that, like, kind of makes sense. Okay, so we've established at this point that you actually cannot have a Neanderthal as your fursona because they're too human. Yeah, those are actually just humans. So the degree of separation is that you can't have humans as your fursona, but the closest link you could have is another great ape. Anyway, I'm gonna annex this tag now. This was a really good discussion, chat. I think we learned a lot of things today. Did we ever answer the original question, is a Haramari a furry? I think we just kept on going on more tangents. I don't think we ever ended up actually arriving at the answer to that. Could you have mythical creatures as your fursona? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think you probably could. Okay, maybe I should actually read this. let's put a pin in the more important topic of whether or not Haramari count as furries. Let me just read this for a second. The war is coming to a close. We have defeated the combined hordes of the Kain and his Ordsikar. Oh, sorry, we actually messed up. We're going into the Forbidden Plains by accident. Okay, this is Forbidden Plains stuff. I don't really know what to do with this. I'm just gonna pretend that's not my problem. You need Forbidden Plains anyway, like half of it? Bro. We must designate an outpost province within a fully owned area, allowing local autonomy to decrease. Bro. You do not need to state forbidden provinces to establish an outpost. You receive free territorial cores when you conquer the provinces. That makes sense. The number of outposts you can maintain at once is equal to government rank plus colonists. This is an entire mechanic? When did they make this? Okay. I need to own all of the Lake Federation. It's cooked. This is Stream 2 and we're in 1480. We barely have all of not Tibet here. Man, this is so difficult to actually parse. Okay, so either all of the provinces in the Kashalg region must be owned by me with autonomy lower than 30%, with autonomy decreased as a modifier. Sorry, no. All of them must either not be owned by me, or if they are owned by me, must have autonomy decreased or local autonomy lower than 30%, or a province modifier of a permanent face stealer infestation. But also, all of my owned provinces must either have permanent face stealer infestations or none. And I need to have all of the provinces, I basically need to have all the provinces in the Kashalg region. So basically I have to go to war with these guys again. Okay, so for now we can't really do that much. I guess I could try to get my revenge on Azjakuma. It's gonna be a while with these guys. I can get my 5th monk, that's true. I guess I could finish this one off. It does give me something to do, I guess. Okay. Wait, what? What are the face stealers doing? They're beginning to stir. What do they mean by that? Could delete these forts? That's true, but not yet, because I need them to reduce devastation for a mission. Actually, do I have any of these done? No, of course not. I might actually sell more titles again. I could make that workshop. Actually, that makes a lot of sense to make that workshop. The tax kind of sucks, but it actually doesn't suck that bad. They attack every N years? Oh, okay. So like where exactly? Like here? Tax is a good early game, just doesn't scale later. Well, it would be fine for now in particular because we have that unique thing. Which we can't see anymore because it's been a while. Here we go. Ashen Preparations, it's 10 years of plus 3 yearly tax income, which is pretty large. Yeah, Ashen Preparations just gives like a flat 0.25 per month, which is actually really good. Anywhere with an infestation can be attacked. Oh. Fun. No, not the summoned animals. I have enough mana, can't I just get them back? I kinda need those. Especially for this project that's about to end. Elemental animals. Ooh. Wait, when did I get those? Did I click the wrong button? Gain access to the elemental animals. That's new. They used to be feral animals. Mission reward? Ah, no, that makes sense. Okay, we will put those here again. Oh yeah, they are better. The discipline penalty isn't as bad. Okay, Face Dealer Swarm. Not great, but it's only 7,000 right here. That's not that bad. Oh, please don't make me eat my words. Oh, please. We might lose, actually. Chat, wouldn't it be really funny? Wouldn't it be really funny if I lose this, actually? Oh, that was a close one. Oh boy, what did I do this time? Oh, what did I do this time? Oh, what did I do? It's the project? Yeah. Uh-oh. Also, is that a picture of Earth? Are they just above Earth right now? How did they get here? Unlock a permanent mercenary company that is all artillery. Huge. Can you give me like a month for this actually? Okay, we'll take the bottom option. Beings of Rage Unending. Artillery shock plus 0.5. Artillery damage from back row. I actually do want the artillery, I think. Oh, they can be upgraded. Okay, I see. The anything you want from mercs is to die? Well, maybe. But also, if these are really, really cheap, then that's just cheap artillery, right? Depends on if I really want manpower or money. Because 10 artillery for really cheap is saving me, or it would save me, like, hundreds of ducats. Because each artillery is 36. So it would be at least 360 ducats to build 10 artillery. And then the maintenance would also be 7.8 per month. So if I can get these artillery for like 1 ducat per month, and the cost is also like 5 ducats, that would be kind of cool. Good early sieges versus good combat and long-term value. Yeah, I mean, that kind of is it. Mercenary company that's all cavalry is kind of weird. Well, I guess they do get the cavalry to infantry ratio, so it doesn't do anything. Morale damage received, reinforced speed. I do like the reinforced speed. And they do become a full stack. Kind of is like a 50-50. Because the animals kind of act as like our infantry. If we want a bunch of mercenaries to act as infantry, we have the animals for that. Screw it. I'm going to take the artillery. I feel like in the super long run, we're not going to see too big of a difference from any of these, but you know what? Screw it. I'm taking artillery. How bad is the damage? 16,000, that's manageable. So let's see, how cheap are these? That's actually crazy. 0.13 per month for 10 artillery is kind of cracked. A total 7 ducats for 10 artillery and 0.13. That is huge for us. Because honestly, we're just so broke that if we want to accomplish anything, especially in like, if we want to accomplish anything against somebody who's strong and actually has forts, that artillery is going to be huge for us. Yeah, it doesn't scale great into late game, but I'm also thinking that like a singular stack of 40 infantry also isn't going to scale that well into late game. I think they should all be, like, fairly comparable late game. Oh. Ruler's dead. Another 11 years of that. Nice. 11 years of really poorly run government. That is cool. I should probably cast Shock and Awe just for the love of the game. There's really not much else to do right now. I need to dev things. I need to own stuff. Take out the face stealers. Do we even have more face stealers? Oh, we got rid of these guys. Will it be 11 years? The current regency is already 98. Well, Haramari lived to be like 120 or something. Might actually just full core the rest of the stuff that I have. Not too expensive. Mostly that the spell itself doesn't scale that well, but the first 50 years are 80% of the challenge for most mission trees anyway. True. Unless you're next to the command, and then the command is the next 20%. This is very much a snowball game, so it's a fair point. I mean, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, EU4 is more of a snowball game than EU5 for sure. I feel like most Paradox games are kind of snowball games. Except, to a degree, Crusader Kings. EU5 is like an economic snowball game, but isn't really like a map painting snowball game. It kind of depends. Because like, in a lot of cases in EU5, if you expand to make a bunch of subjects, because like, everything's super far away and you're just not going to get any proximity over there, then it actually becomes a problem for your economy. I have a whole video coming out soon that's going to demonstrate that. where you make a bunch of subjects, they don't pay you that much, but they do contribute to your economic base, so therefore you have to pay more for stuff. It's pretty cool. To be fair, proximity got nerfed. Before that, you could stack some bonkers numbers. Oh, I know. Yeah, they did make it kind of crazy at launch. Let me just get some proximity all the way across the Pacific Ocean. That seems very reasonable. Seems like something that a country could have reasonably done. Okay. Flying gongs disrupting the entire community. And I have to spend 50 points. Okay, well I guess I'm spending mill power. I really have too much mill power. Actually, that's not a real thing. There's no way to have too much mill power, only mill power you should have been spending. You could also upgrade this to a level 2, but I don't care that much. Sorry, Purple Twig. I don't know if I could bear going through that event and reading out every single individual bong. U5 late game is crazy. One railroad lets you have control over half of Europe without governors. What's crazy, no. What's more crazy, actually, is that railroads are like the easiest thing to build en masse. You can build way too many railroads in that game. You could have railroads connecting up the entire modern day contiguous United States in every single location and hardly break a single, or hardly make a dent in your treasury. In fact, your burgers will just put railroads in every single location. Oh, you have 500 people in this one location? Railroad. Railroad everywhere. They aren't treated like actual railroads. They're treated like paths. They're treated like they're super easy to make. And you don't need anything to maintain them either, which is like the weirder part. Like, you don't need to make engines in EU5. And I understand why they wouldn't want to do that. Actually, do I? It would just be like another good to produce in late game. Like, you have to produce engines to actually have upkeep for your roads, and if you have like... Well, if you have like a shortage of engines, is that going to implode your entire country? What does it mean to have a shortage of engines? Most of the time, if you had railroads, you would like commission the construction of engines. They weren't just like a thing that you would have companies produce and then put them on the market. Like, no, they were built for a reason. So, I don't know. Yeah, give the burgers some decent steel production and they go nuts. It is a little bit crazy. They add coal to maintenance, that's true. But then, don't get me started on... Actually, no, do get me started on my rant about RGOs in EU5. And how, actually, there's kind of an issue fundamental to EU5 and how RGOs work, which doesn't have an equivalent in Victoria 3, because you can have any number of resources and buildings and whatever in a state. But in EU5, it's like one location needs to have one RGO. But that's a problem because some locations don't start with RGOs that are really needed for late game industrialization, because it's really important to their early game that they have certain goods, i.e. Mesoamerica doesn't really have any iron in it. You have to build exclusively the bog iron smelters to have any iron in Mesoamerica in late game, because there are no RGOs for it, or maybe there's like one or something. And there aren't that many RGOs for it because you're not going to use it for like half of the gameplay as the Aztecs, so they just decided like, just don't include them. But you need them later, so it's kind of weird. And coal is a big one for that, because I think there are coal RGOs, but I don't think there are enough coal RGOs. I think that they need to, or they should maybe change the RGO system so that there are basically, I would say, 2 RGOs and also latent RGOs. Can you just do charcoal burners and the coal RGOs are not necessary? You can, yes. And I think that's their solution for right now, is just like, have them make charcoal. Like, lacking coal isn't a big thing in the game, but it is kind of weird that there are very few coal RGOs, and they just expect you to burn down like every forest. Primary gathering and secondary manufactured RGOs? No, because I like the way that buildings are sort of like the manufacturing part of things. I think that there should be 2 RGOs in the sense where you have an agricultural RGO and then a resource RGO. And then that allows you to free up a lot of like the agricultural exclusive locations to have like more stuff in them. And then this is where things might get a little bit funky. But also, towns, maybe, should decrease the amount of agricultural RGO, but maybe increase the... No, maybe that's stupid, I don't know. It's gonna say maybe, like, increase the RGOs of, like, the production one of the resource. And then if it's rural, it has more of the agricultural RGO. Maybe. I think they tried to do that with towns, where you can give, like, town rights, whatever they're called. I just don't really like that system because it uses legitimacy, and by the end game, that means that you just never want to use it ever. it becomes like a self-defeating mechanic, because eventually it's always going to cost more than it gives you. So it's like a really interesting early game mechanic, and then by like the year 1600, you're just not going to use it anymore. Or just make the map more granular. True. I mean, hey, they did it with EU4, right? We got another 10 years of development on EU5. They definitely could if they wanted to. Maybe it would be good to have multiple RGOs in a province and you just have to choose the distribution of capacity yourself. It's not a bad idea. That's kind of like a Stellaris district solution for that, and I don't hate that idea. It kind of makes it sort of turns it into Victoria 3 again, though, so I don't really know. It's like convergent evolution with Paradox games having resources and like tying them to locations, is that eventually everything just turns into Victoria 3 again. CK3 getting a complete economy overhaul in its 7th year is kind of wild. The fact that CK3 is in its 7th year is kind of wild. CK3, to me, well, maybe it's because I haven't really played much of the latest DLC, the East Asia one. I should have played more of that. You know what, this year I actually will play more CK3. But anyway, CK3 doesn't feel like a game that's in its 7th year. I don't know what it is about it specifically, but like it feels kind of like a game that's in its 4th year of DLC cycles. But it has indeed been 7 years. Has it really been 7 years? No, that can't be right. CK3 come out... When was that? 20... CK3 feels like it was 2020 or 2021 or something. No, that can't be right. Face Stealers recede, let's go. Yeah, okay, it did come out in 2020. Yeah, hold on a second. It's only been 6 years. Stellaris is 10 years old, by the way. True. And Stellaris gets a new economy rework every birthday, so. Maybe I'll play more Stellaris too. Made one Stellaris video. I don't actually know what I'm doing in Stellaris at all, so I have no idea how entertaining it could possibly be to watch somebody who's just clearly fumbling at every possible opportunity. Actually, decrease autonomy. I think we've pretty much reduced... Okay, maybe not all the devastation here, but like a good bit of it at least. Maybe I build a fort here. In theory, I'm allowed to build forts with like the thing in here, right? Like I can put these here. I need to unlock the placement of the monasteries in this region. Okay. Stellaris turned 10 less than a month ago. I don't really know what it is with Stellaris, but I never really got into it that much. Even like Hoi 4 I kind of got into for a while, but that was mostly because of Kaiserreich. I was a big Kaiserreich player. Kaiserreich and Kaiser Redux, because it's just funny. You can do ridiculous things in Kaiser Redux. Been getting to EU4 for the longest time. I was playing Hoi 4 and Stellaris. We're like opposite people. I didn't get into Hoi 4 or Stellaris for the longest time because I was too into EU4. And also, I actually am going to build a fort here. Well... I just need to decrease the devastation in these areas. I don't want to spend points developing the desert for that. If I build a fort here, then I still have to spend... How many points to get rid of devastation? So it's going to be like 3 dev clicks to get rid of devastation. If I put the fort here, then I can tackle this here too. It's too expensive. Like, the castle's ridiculous. Everything's ridiculous. I'm spending money on too many things. EU4 was too hard for me because I was like 12. Okay, kind of same. The first time that I played EU4, I put it down because I was like, this is too hard for me. And I think I was like 13 or something. I was 13 or maybe I was like 14, I don't remember. I might have been... I might really think about that. I might have been 14. And then I was like, this is too hard, I can't play this. And then I turned 15, then I was like, actually, it's not that bad. I just didn't want to learn. Older than you? I thought you were like 25. I am 25, yeah. Like, I only got into EU for a couple of years out of its release cycle. I actually got into EU4 right around when they released Cradle of Civilization. I think that was the first DLC that they announced when I was like actually getting into the game. Anyway, I think I'm starting to lose the plot a little bit. I'm just talking about random things and not paying attention to the game. So very soon we actually are going to wrap it up, because I think I said an hour ago that I was going to have to leave an hour ago. So we're just going to chill here for a second, maybe finish like turning these into cores, and then I'm probably going to have to head out. Because I am going to spend this evening doing my D&D prep for tomorrow. Who was the first nation you played in EU4? It was Castile. But I failed so miserably that I don't know if I could really call that a real first playthrough. I played Castile, I got the Burgundian inheritance back when it was just like super easy to do that. And then I didn't know what was going on because I had a bunch of Dutch rebels, and I'm like, why do I have to spend so much money? I have to spend so much money and manpower. I have no money, I have no manpower to put down these rebels. There were so many of them. And I basically got frustrated, and I was like, well, this is stupid. And I went back to playing Civ 5. The first actual playthrough I did was Portugal, though. I think I still have a screenshot of that somewhere. As in every game your first playthrough was in Japan, it's cooked. Please don't tell me you did the same thing in EU5. For your own sanity, please. EU5 Japan is wild, and yes, I did. I'm so sorry. It's not that bad. Maybe nowadays it isn't that bad. But I have a whole, like, 8-hour stream that is evidence to the contrary. You played it day one? You played it day one, and to you, day one Japan was not that bad. I admire the positivity. That's good. It was buggy and messy, but it was kind of fun. I mean, it was kind of fun in the way where it's like, when you're playing a campaign and it's so buggy that you realize off the bat that it's not going to be a normal campaign. So the fact that you're playing something that you know is utterly broken does kind of make it more interesting. Okay, so both the mages and adventurers are completely bloodthirsty, which is reasonable. We do actually want to beat up Azjakuma on principle. So, you know what? Maybe I will go to war with them. Your first playthrough was a tribe in South America. Why would you do that to yourself? Why? I think I said as a joke multiple times that my first playthrough would be like a Siberian tribe. Now, that's actually not something you can do. But like, even if it was, I don't think I would do an entire first playthrough as a Siberian tribe, or otherwise. But then again, like, one of my first actual somewhat full playthroughs was actually me playing as Greenland and becoming a Vinland colony and playing until like 1700, so I don't really know if I have grounds to stand on for that, but they ruined Greenland? Did they ruin Greenland, or did they make it more realistic? I guess you could do both. I think my first actual EU5 run was Portugal. Now that I think about it. You can't explore the Americas before the age of exploration? Bruh. That's like the whole point. Okay, I think we're gonna probably end the save here for now, or end the stream here. The yap has gotten too yap. I'm no longer focused on the game, I'm just kind of doing nothing. So it's probably a good time to end things off here, and then I will be back for another stream on Thursday. Can't stream tomorrow because I don't want to accidentally go too late and then forget, uh-oh, I actually host D&D at my place, so yeah. It's also, on days that I stream, my voice becomes very hoarse by the end of a stream, as you can probably hear. And then having to DM for D&D afterwards is kind of pain and suffering. So, I think I'm gonna save my voice a little bit tomorrow by just recording so I don't have to talk as much. Anyway, we're gonna call it there for today. We made some good progress. A lot of face stealers are indeed dead, which is great. We have what you might be able to call an economy, but the jury is still out on that right now. It's really not much. It's like 16 ducats a month. Yippee. But hey, we'll get that fixed, maybe. We are, you know, the number 7 great power, so I have no idea how we even got there, but anyway. Thanks for being here, everybody. I will see you again in 2 days, and I'm also kind of working on something that might release sort of soon. It will release soon for early access, at least, for people who are Twitch subs, YouTube channel members, and Patreon members. So look forward to that. It'll be in the next, hopefully, day or two. We'll see. But anyway, for now, we're going to call it and see if there's anybody we can actually go ahead and raid. Although I'm not too sure if anybody's actually streaming right now. If anybody I know is streaming right now. Oh, I don't think so. I do not think so. Okay, so I will see you guys in 2 days. It is a weird time to stream, that is true. It is kind of a weird time to stream. Raid some small creator? We could. We got 100 likes, time for the cat. Did you guys actually get 100 likes on the stream? I never even checked. Oh, you guys just got 100 likes. It's too late, unfortunately. I'm already sending you guys off. That's a shame. That's unfortunate. Here, let me see if there's anybody streaming on YouTube that I can just go and do a raid for. I don't think so, though. Yeah, there's literally nobody streaming on YouTube that I can raid. Or at least not that I know of. Transfers over to the next stream. Hold on a second. I don't remember agreeing to this. Here, you know what? EU4 category, VTuber spotted. I have no idea who this person is. Let's see what he's up to. His screen is black. This is not a good start. I think he birded. It's always good to tab into. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna do a raid for this guy. His name is Tapes of Battle. I have no idea who this is, but VTuber spotted, and he is playing EU4. So we're gonna do that. And then for YouTube, we're just gonna literally copy paste this guy's Twitch. I think it's like the only way I can do that. Let me see. Let me see how to actually do that. Yeah, we're gonna start a raid on this guy's channel, okay? So everyone on Twitch, I will see you later, and then I'm gonna send over the link for people on YouTube who are interested. So we're gonna do a raid, and then how do I get to his channel? Shoot, I should have figured out how to do that first. Here we go, and then we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do this, and then boom, there you go. If you feel like watching that guy, go ahead and do that because we're rating him right now. Otherwise, have a wonderful rest of your evenings, and I will see you in like 2 days. Good night.